And joining us live with more now is
Hello. Yeah, I was just choking to death a little bit. Classic. Nothing out of the ordinary for me. You guys know I'm always almost choking to death. Yup. Okay. Right. Let's see. I need a new mix. What's this? Okay. That's pretty good. Alrighty. That's what happens when you don't eat all day and rush to stream. Yes. Yeah, when I'm shoving food down my gullet because I haven't eaten all day. All right. Let's get started. Oh! Oh my god. It spilled everywhere. Ah! Clown Moki, thank you for the 4 months. Okay. Okay. How am I doing? I'm good. I'm a little stressed about leaving very early tomorrow, and I've been trying to coordinate Farley once again. I finally texted Will, and I was like, I need some answers here. Are you coming to this wedding with me, which is tomorrow? Or are you going to come back here to LA? Because either way, we have a puppy that we're back here again where I need to figure out somebody to watch him. I look like a floating head again. Well, it's because you guys see? I colored my hair. So it's pitch black right now. Nandre is begging. Yes. I was going to text Nandre, but Will's coming back to LA. So I am leaving at like 4 a.m. in the morning. And then he's taking an early flight from Austin. Girl, Nandre, I actually was going to text you, but that's why I texted Will. I was like, what do you want to do? Just bring me the dog. I was like, I will text Nandre, but please tell me, are you going to come? The wedding is tomorrow. This is always the struggle. This is always the struggle where I'm like, I'm not forcing you to come to the wedding, but I need an answer. Wait, I'm gone on the 4th. It doesn't matter. He's coming back to LA. He said his rib is fucked up, and he's just gonna come back. Nandre, you want to come to the wedding with me? This is how this conversation went too. When I asked him a few months ago, do you want to come to my friend's wedding with me? And he goes, this is how it goes every time. Well, do you want me to come? And I said, I mean, I'd like you to be there. I think it'd be nice. I think my friends would be very excited to see you because they never get to see you. I said, but I don't want to make this a stressful thing. You don't like weddings and you get stressed about things like this, so I don't want to cause any extra stress. So the answer is, of course I would love you to come, but I'm not holding a gun to your head. Still couldn't get an answer. And I was like, do you understand how weddings work? I RSVP for you because then if you decide you want to come and then you're not RSVP'd, then things are fucked up. So this whole week I've been like, are you going to go to the wedding? Because you're RSVP'd. Yeah, there's a seating chart. Whatever. Thank you for the 16 months. Oh, are my alerts working? Because I spent 2 hours trying to fix them today. That's also why I was late to stream. I didn't see if it worked. If they're not working, I'm gonna kill myself in my mind. They're not working. Okay. The fuck? I'm actually so annoyed. What the fuck? Ah! Anon, thank you for the 5. Why? Why? What is wrong? What is going on? I edited all my alerts and none of them are in here. What the fuck? What is going on with Streamlabs? Can someone explain this to me? I had the same issue with Stream Elements. I'm using Streamlabs in Alertbox and I'm looking back and now they're just gone? Why? They were there before. I've hit save. I hit save a million times. I tried them out. I am using OBS, but I'm using Streamlabs from all my alerts and stuff. Maybe it's bugged. I feel like I'm going crazy because, okay, so I went into Streamlabs today and I was like, I don't know where all my alerts went, so I'm just going to have to redo them all. I redid them all. I tested them a million times. Wait. What the frick? Why is it? I don't... Ah! 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 Did you update the link to the overlay? Yep, I did. Don't understand. I don't understand. And now when I'm testing it, when I was testing it on OBS earlier, it was working, but now that I'm live, it's not working. Why? There's a new Streamlabs plugin? What is it? What's the new... I would forget it for now. I'm just frustrated because I fixed it earlier and now it's just like fucked again. It's so annoying spending time fixing things that then just don't work. I wish this were booze. Did you connect the thingamabob to the thatsamawhat? Yes! I did. Well, that fucking sucks. Manong Hassan, thank you for the 10 months. Okay, thank you. Let me see what this is. Okay, downloaded this plugin. Okay. Oh, Nico sent this to me too, because I messaged him earlier and I was like, what's going on? Please restart any instances of OBS Studio. Well, that's not going to happen, so. No, I love this song. He's saying to take. I've gotten really into Casey Tron. I've gotten really into Casey Musgrave's music. Yeah, do you guys know Casey Tron is an artist? She sings. I'm doing a slobs update again just now for tomorrow. Okay, well, I can't redo my I can't redo my OBS because I don't want to have to restart stream, so I guess this is what it is. used to wake and bake. That is Casey Tron. Okay, what was I talking about? Wedding. Yeah. Duke Ranger Mac, thank you for the 8 months. You're a legend. You're a legend. Okay, so brain wedding. Anyway, I'm going to a wedding tomorrow in St. Louis. Will's not coming with me, but he is coming back here. So if any arch villains are in chat are like, is Will alive? Yes, he's alive, and he's coming back to LA tomorrow. And the reason I'm bummed is because this is like the last wedding of my friend group. Because all my friends are married and have kiddos. So this is the last one. So I told Will, I was like, this is the last wedding unless streamer friends or friends in LA get married. Until yours. Oh yeah, I'm getting married. We've unfortunately cut your bangs too short. Been there, but bangs grow back. North Shore Music, thank you for the 14 months. Was good. OMG, was so happy when I stopped getting invited to baby showers. I in my mid-20s had so many weddings to go to because all my friends just got married at like 25, 26. Since then, it's kind of been scattered. So I haven't been to a wedding. I haven't been to a wedding for like a year and a half, I think. That was the last one. So I'm really excited to go. Excited to go be in my own my old hood. And I'm kind of debating if there's a protest happening at my old alma mater. Jesus. Maybe wanting to go over there because I saw this today. So I went to St. Louis University. And I feel for the first time in a long time genuinely proud of my alma mater. It's Vink. Thank you for the 9 months. So SLU is a private university, which means that unlike public universities, students don't have the right to protest and assembly because it's private. However, 300 protesters shut down Grand Boulevard. This is one of the main streets near campus. This is where I once was wearing boots and fell and sprained my ankle. It was very mortifying. I was wearing a very cute outfit. It was my freshman year. It was right here. You can't see, but there's a curb. I stepped off the curb and I have very weak ankles and I twisted my ankle and I was in so much pain, but I still went to lecture anyway. I was like, can't miss class. Did I see the penguins roaming free at the STL zoo? No, are the penguins also like, you know what? We want our freedom too. Fuck it. We're breaking out. Lunette, thank you for the 12 months. You've finally ascended to the rainbow sub badge. Yes. Are my ankles stronger now? Well, I don't wear any type of heels for the most part. So I'm tripping less. Still weak ankles though, genetically weak ankles. Anyway, this is Grand Boulevard. This is my alma mater, St. Louis University. And Wednesday evening, 300 protesters shut it down, marched through campus in protest of Israel's genocide. And city officials vowed that police would not intervene if the protests remained peaceful. And as of 9 p.m., they had made good on their word. I haven't seen anything since. I don't know if like at 9:01, the police came in and just started beating the shit out of protesters. Keep in mind, this is St. Louis. We're talking about the St. Louis PD who beat down on Ferguson protesters. So St. Louis is a city that has been at the heart of the Black Lives Matter protests in this country. So it's not saying like, ooh, as far as police departments go, the St. Louis police are they're a little less heavy-handed when it comes to beating protesters. But this is how it should go. And this is remember, this is a private university. But the deal was, if the protests remain peaceful, hey, we won't bring the police in to beat the shit out of you guys. And that's how it should be. And all of these protests have started off this way and only became violent when you had Zionist agitators coming in, beating on protests, and then when you had law enforcement coming in, beating on the protesters. Hey, Caroline, I know you and Haas have been extensively covering the protests. I wanted to bring up a parallel regarding overall peaceful protests. You, Will, and Haas covered the Writers Guild strike, which carries a lot of similarities to peaceful protests and the lack of police response. I mean, look, there are plenty of examples, but yeah, I mean, the writers' strike, the actors' strike were a recent protest, and there are plenty of examples of people protesting and exercising their rights to do so, where they don't have law enforcement being violently brought down on their heads. Mansoon and Charlesium, thank you for the bits. Protesters chanted Free Palestine, disclose, divest, we will not stop, we will not rest, to condemn the war between Israel and Hamas, and protest SLU's ties to Boeing Co., which sells warplanes and munitions used by Israel in the war. Okay, I'm sorry, I cannot listen to Jack Johnson. Nadia Abu Soud, a third-year Palestinian student at SLU, said in addition to protesting in support of Palestine, attendees were also supporting protests that have erupted at colleges across the U.S. in recent weeks. It's my university's turn, Abu Soud said in an interview. This is doing our part and showing support. Hell yeah. I'm genuinely, I'm going to switch to some lo-fi, sorry. I'm genuinely very, very proud to see this happening at SLU, where I went to school. When I was there, I was part of the Young Democrats. What's up? Got a lot of people to register to vote for Barack Obama. And there was not a ton of activism on my campus from what I remember. I was the most politically active of my big group of friends, for sure. I worked on classic lib. So I was part of the Young Democrats, helped during Obama's re-election. I helped get Claire McCaskill elected. What's up? But remember, she was running against Todd Aiken. Todd, Mr. Legitimate Rape Aiken. Hey, Carol, I've been learning a lot about Israel and Palestine. Thanks for teaching me so much stuff. You're welcome. I'm happy to be able to do that for you. I do always say, please continue in your own education. Don't just have everything that you learn come from me. I'm just one person, but I try to share a lot of different sources for y'all. But of course, I am just one individual, but I'm happy to help start you on that path. Oh, now it seems like you're being a dick. I can't tell, so I'm just gonna ignore you. Almost the only thing that Dems are right on is that. Okay, so we'll talk about that because Joe Biden gave a speech today, and there have been a lot of blue checked libs on Twitter doing the whole like, thank God Joe Biden is president because this would be so much worse under Donald Trump. I'm like, well, you do understand that what's happening now is not good. I think the whole let's go, I hope to see you in STL. I really, if there's a protest going on, I would love to be able to pop over. I'm only going to be there for less than 2 days, and I do have my friend's wedding. I'm like, but if I'm able to make it work, I want to make it work. Why didn't you tell us you were responsible for suing Colombia? FYI, just wanted to update that I made a donation to Palestine Legal, nonprofit to help Palestinian protesters. This is from the sponsor I did, so thanks to all who signed up. Fuck yeah, that's right. I am personally suing Colombia. Hell yeah. That was from a couple months ago. Donating to Palestine Legal to help protesters who had been arrested. But that was also from help from the community. The Department of Education has announced that Columbia University is under federal investigation for anti-Palestinian discrimination and harassment. Pal Legal is representing 4 Palestinian students in Columbia SJP. Let's go. The law is clear. If universities do not cease their racist crackdowns against Palestinians and their supporters, they will risk losing federal funding, said senior Pal Legal attorney Radhika Sunaith. This comes less than 48 hours after Columbia President Shafiq called in the NYPD, which violently arrested and brutalized dozens of student protesters, some with guns drawn, using sledgehammers, batons, and flashbang explosives. Palestinian students at Columbia deserve justice and accountability, not only for Israel's decades-long oppression and violence against our people, but for the racism and discrimination we've experienced here on Columbia's campus. Palestinian students have dealt with immense repression and a hostile campus environment. A complainant received a conduct notice for stating her family was bombed in Gaza. A conduct notice? Hey, you have violated the code of conduct by stating that your family was murdered by bombs funded by the U.S. Very cool. Anyway, this is a good fund, Pal Legal. I'll probably try and do another fundraiser. I got to think about what I want to do. But to raise money for various legal funds. Maybe I'll see if Lolo wants to do something. He always is down. Fairy Goth Parent, thank you for the prime. Kendall Babe, thank you for the 9 months. All right, let me go back to this St. Louis article. Protesters marched across Grand Boulevard around 6:45 p.m. and when they returned, they sat down in the street. Police blocked traffic on both sides of the sit-in. Wow. So it is possible for this to go down smoothly and not result in macing, beating, arrests, violence. And the reason the police did this is because St. Louis city officials did not authorize the police to go in and start brutalizing these protesters. The scene was markedly different from Saturday at Washington University, where a protest turned into a clash with cops as protesters were setting up encampments. More than 100 people were arrested, including 23 students and 4 faculty members. The students have been suspended from school and kicked out of on-campus housing, and several faculty members were put on leave and barred from campus. WashU is where we watched that video of the elderly professor who was beaten by the police and dragged as he was being arrested. I know there have been a lot of those videos, but that was that was the campus where we watched that one. I can't remember the professor's name. Ari Lolo streaming. Yes, I saw that Lolo is thinking about streaming a couple days a week. When I had brought that up to him, he was like, no, I can't. So I'm glad to see he's changed his tune. Carlos, thank you for the 17 It was very brutal to watch. Yes. At Wednesday's protest, Marquis Govan pointed out SLU's status as a Jesuit university and asked the crowd, would Jesus want us to keep food, water, and aid from starving children? Yeah, good point. Among the attendees was Megan Green, president of the St. Louis Board of Aldermen. Green, an adjunct professor at WashU, attended Saturday's protest and was put on leave by the university this week. In a letter informing her of her suspension, the university claimed she was put on leave for using her campus access card to let people into campus buildings. Green has disputed that claim. I love that administrators, elected officials, and cops are just making shit up. Like, I saw this. UT Austin says protesters carried guns and assaulted people. Prosecutors haven't seen proof. I was there. I didn't see that shit. Do you know who I did see assaulting people? The cops. They are just lying. They are lying like they have always lied. Despite UT Austin's claims about weapons and assaults, UT Austin is just pulling a fucking Karen. Travis County Attorney Delia Garza says her office hasn't seen a single charge. UT Austin said Tuesday night that pro-Palestinian groups with ties to escalating protests across the country brought weapons and assaulted people during the rallies. On Wednesday, Garza told KUT the university's statement and its insistence that demonstrators had guns, buckets of large rocks, bricks, steel-enforced wood planks, mallets, and chains was interesting. Isn't that funny how you're hearing the same shit being repeated in various cities? In New York, when the one police officer who was being interviewed on Morning Joe pulled up the chain and was like, look at this chain that these protesters are using. And it's a bike chain. And it's a bike chain that Columbia sells. They didn't, but even if they had, it's an open carry state. Yes. Yeah, we talked about it at the protest. UT Austin, you can conceal carry on campus. You can't have a dildo, though. Steel enforced wood planks. I like how Delia Garza used the word interesting. She's like, wonder where they're getting that. It's concerning. We work in the world of evidence and facts, and we have not seen a single weapons charge or an assaults charge, she said. I'm surprised the cops didn't just make it up when they wrote out their little reports, and they're like, oh yeah, steel enforced wood plank. People are legally allowed to carry a weapon on campus. However, if they're committing a crime like criminal trespassing, they could be arrested for unlawful carrying of a weapon, which is a misdemeanor. And they were not criminal trespassing, FYI. Garza said after reading UT Austin's statement Tuesday, she expected to see some of that reflected in arrest affidavits from the University of Texas Police Department, the arresting agency. She didn't. I don't know why they're saying that, she said. I'm going to give you one guess as to why they're making those things up. That's a Hamas bike chain. Yeah. These were Hamas rocks, Hamas bricks, Hamas steel enforced wood planks, Hamas mallets, and Hamas chains. Hezbollah and Hamas are supplying these weapons to students because the students themselves are Hezbollah and Hamas. The fact we're hearing all this now when there's so much video to refute it makes it extremely obvious how many times in history they must have completely lied before everyone had cameras in their pockets. Yeah. That was the whole thing with George Floyd, and even the years leading up to George Floyd, where it's not as if the cops escalated in how brutally they were treating Black people in this country. It's just that they were being caught on camera for the first time. And this is evidentiary that cops always lie. It's just that now we have so many ways of recording and documenting what actually is happening at something like a protest to refute their lies. That's why live streams are a really important part of documenting what's going on there because it's uninterrupted footage. It's not just a picture that was taken. It's not just a video that was taken. We're showing you exactly what's going on there. I remember when they said that South Africa was a wing of Hamas too. If liberals were paying attention at all, they'd realize how laughable Israel's accusations are. Everybody's Hamas. The UN was Hamas. UNRWA was Hamas. Jose Andreas was Hamas. Jose Andreas. Propaganda is most effective when the population who you're propagandizing only knows your facts. Yeah, when they're only exposed to the narrative that you are providing them, the propaganda spreaders are providing, then that's all that they will know. When we watched Dana Fash's CNN segment, I said people who watch CNN, which are older people in this country, people over a certain age and tending to skew, centrist liberal, are going to think that these protests are anti-Semitic. They're going to think that these protesters are out of control, that they are wrecking havoc on campuses, and that police are justified in utilizing the force that they're using. Valerie, thank you for the 2 months. The ICJ was Hamas, and the ICC will be if they put a warrant out for Netanyahu. Yeah, man, I didn't know Hamas was that powerful. They really are everywhere. There has been one assault filed. Okay, there's been one assault charge filed. One assault charge filed. Sorry, I can't speak today. Though not by UTPD. The Texas Department of Public Safety said it formally charged a Fox 7 photojournalist with 2 misdemeanors, alleging he assaulted a DPS trooper and interfered with public duties. Garza said the journalist was booked and processed Wednesday. Remember I think that was, I thought that was going to link it to the video of the photojournalist. However, where's the evidence purporting that? A photojournalist. Like, why would a photojournalist whose job is to go there and document these protests be assaulting troopers unless it was in self-defense? KUT reached out to UT Austin because that I think this is referring to the journalist who the video went viral of the cops fucking him up. STL's in St. Louis, Missouri. Yep. KUT reached out to UT Austin and the UTPD for comment on the contradiction between the charges filed and the statement, but has not heard back. Another mass arrest took place Monday with troopers and Austin police clearing an encampment with pepper spray and flashbang devices. That was the one that I went to. That led to 79 arrests. Garza said on average, her office handles around 85 misdemeanors a day. And while she respects the university's right to keep campus safe, she said the caseload is straining her staff. Sean, thank you so much for the raid. What's up, everybody? Welcome in. I hope you had a great stream. We love Sean. I am currently talking about these bogus claims from the UT or from the Austin Police Department, claiming that the protest, or sorry, not the Austin Police Department, the University of Austin, Texas, claiming that protesters had all sorts of weapons, but Travis County Attorney Delia Garza is saying that her office hasn't seen a single charge. They haven't seen any proof of that. So isn't that interesting? She's also talking about how there are so many student protesters being arrested that it's overwhelming her office on handling all these cases. There's a lot that goes into processing every single one of those cases, and rightfully so. There needs to be a good, strict process when you're taking people's liberty away. but it slows down everything when you have so many at the same time. Student organizers told KUT on Wednesday that they had consented to searches Monday ahead of demonstrations and that the university's insistence that they have carried weapons is not happening. Do you see how these students are trying to cooperate with their university? I mean, what's the date today? Thursday. Last week, day one of an attempted student protest, they had informed the university what their intentions were. They gave the university their list of activities that they had planned for their peaceful protest. So it's not even like they sprung this on administrators. They tried to keep them in the loop. KUT station, by the way, is on the UT campus in the communications building, so they were well poised to report on it. I gotcha. Zilex, thank you for the Prime. Animated Sarah on Twitter, thank you for the 6 months. If states are going to call the militarized police to squelch peaceful protests of any kind, then why not start giving them reasons to take such measures? Well, the reasons that they're giving is the need to maintain law and order, but the irony of it is that things become escalated and the situation becomes violent when the police are called in or when you have outside agitators. And yet this report came out. So for instance, UCLA a couple nights ago, when the group of Zionists came to the campus around 10:30, or came to the encampment around 10:30 and started violently raining down mace, fireworks, using metal poles upon the protesters. So this is a report from the ACLED, which is, I forget what this stands for, sorry. The Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project. So this is an NGO, and they specialize in disaggregated conflict data collection, analysis, and crisis mapping. And they've been looking at the demonstrations related to the Israel-Palestine conflict since October 7th and have been tracking a lot of these statistics. And they have found that an overwhelming majority, 99% of the protests have remained peaceful. And they cite instances such as UCLA as an exception to that, where notable violent clashes have taken place. But remember who it was, and we have evidence of it, who instigated that violence. This was not the Palestinian protesters and the Zionist agitators equally responsible for the violence. This was the Zionist agitators who came to the encampment with the intention to unleash violence on the protesters. So these are so as the ACLED is compiling all of this data, that is what is like an exception to the 99% peaceful statistic. In the long run, people end up believing their eyes if they don't see the things they're told. Authority figures only dictate narratives in the beginning. They can't control them in the long run. So it's better not to give them the excuses they want because the lying gradually turns people against them. Well, I think especially with young people in this country, they don't trust authority. I mean, that's historically been the case, but they don't trust authority when it comes to people in the media. They don't trust authority when it comes to politicians. They don't trust authority when it comes to administrators. Like, they are learning to seek sources outside of the ones that have always been, that have always been the main sources of information. Another fact that I want to point out here, police intervention against conflict-related student demonstrations more than quadrupled in April. They arrested demonstrators and physically dispersed crowds much more frequently at demonstrations with counter-protesters. However, in cases where student demonstrators have gathered unopposed, police have intervened against pro-Palestine demonstrations more than 4 times as often as pro-Israel demonstrations. Isn't that #interesting? So the police are cracking down on pro-Palestinian demonstrations 4 times more than pro-Israel demonstrations. And yet we're supposed to believe that this is not about politics, that this is not about the beliefs that one side is espousing. It's mostly because authority and mainstream sources have betrayed their trust and have not worked out for them so many times. I'm speaking as a Zoomer here. And then they do things like, hey, we got to ban the Tic Tac because we got to protect these kids. It's amusing how the powers that be demand respect while constantly lying to young people and not even trying to hide it. And not just lying, condescending to young people. It's like, when has that ever worked? When has condescending to young people ever gotten them to listen to what you have to say? And my God, between all the powers that be in this country, the level of condescension against youth in America is disgusting. Did you see the new laws about Israel, about how criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic and it's legal to compare Israel to Nazi Germany? Are you talking about, I haven't seen the update on this, because I know that they are trying to pass a bill that will classify the student protests as anti-Semitic. The Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. House passes bill to expand definition of anti-Semitism amid growing campus protests over Gaza war. So they have, in the last 7 months, already passed, proposals, or already passed bills that define anti-Semitism as, the various things that have been happening over the last 7 months, like chants such as "From the River to the Sea," or, condemning Zionism. The proposal passed 320 to 91 with some bipartisan support and codifies the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism in Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. A federal anti-discrimination law that bars discrimination based on shared ancestry, ethnic characteristics, or national origin. It now goes to the Senate, where its fate is uncertain. Action on the bill was just the latest reverberation in Congress from the protest movement that has swept university campuses. Republicans in Congress have denounced the protest and demanded action to stop them, thrusting university officials into the center of the charged political debate over Israel's conduct of the war in Gaza. If passed by the Senate and signed into law, the bill would broaden the legal definition of anti-Semitism to include targeting of the state of Israel, conceived as a Jewish collectivity. Wow. Nothing like suppressing free speech in this country on behalf of a foreign state. Insane. Certainly what Republicans proclaim to stand for. Trinrack, thank you for the 5 months. Nothing screams fascism like suppressing the criticism of a government. That's not even your government. That's even insane. Can you imagine if somebody in Congress tried to pass this for, let's say, China? Oh, can't criticize the government of China. Can't criticize Top Xi, or else it's anti-Chinese. It's Chinese hatred. Hey, are you coming to STL for the WashU protest? When is it? I'm coming to STL for a wedding, but I was going to try and I would really like to go to a protest. if one is happening while I'm down there. I was looking at this from yesterday. So I went to St. Louis University, and they had a protest yesterday, and city officials said as long as it remained peaceful, they would not call the police in, and stayed true to their word. And the protesters were allowed to protest. I'm not crying. It's so rude to criticize the government like that. I just realized I read that emote out loud. Anyway, if you have deets on any protest activity that's happening either at SLU or WashU, chatter, can you let me know? There's protest info and mod chat. Oh, okay, thanks. Not all attendees on Wednesday at SLU's campus or at SLU's protest were in support of protesters' demands. Michael Gomez walked through campus, U.S. flag in tow, with his sister Valentina Gomez, a Republican candidate for Missouri's Secretary of State. If they don't like America, they can go and fight in Palestine themselves. What a stupid statement. First of all, I love the dick riding for the U.S. Got to make sure we got our U.S. flag. You don't like America? Then leave. What an incredible take. They can go and fight in Palestine themselves. This is what I never understand. When you are criticizing the U.S.'s involvement in the Gazan genocide, when you are criticizing Israel's continuation of the genocide in Gaza, when someone says you don't like it, why don't you go over there? They're usually insinuating you should go over there and get bombed to death. They're gleefully acknowledging the amount of violent force that Israel is utilizing on civilians. So by saying, oh yeah, why don't you go to Gaza? That's a way of saying like, go kill yourself. So you don't get in trouble online by being like, you should kill yourself. They say you should go to Gaza. Why don't I leave the U.S.? Because I don't want to be a victim of this country's foreign policy. Oh my God, I miss George Carlin. He always had a line. Yeah. Why would I go to Palestine when the point of what we're doing here is protesting the violence that's being used on Palestinians? Huh? Like, what is this? What is this attempt at an own every time this line is used? Yeah. You don't like the war you're protesting? Go where there's the war happening. Huh? Like, the point is I want it to end. I want the violence to stop, and that has to come from the governments. Whether it's the US putting conditions, at the very minimum, putting conditions down on Israel, or Israel stopping the unbelievably beyond excessive use of force. The targeting of civilians. As the protests wrapped up around 8:45 p.m., 2 people were detained by SLU police safety officers after a skirmish between a protester and a person holding an Israeli flag. Hours before the Wednesday protest, St. Louis Mayor Tishara Jones and SLMPD said police would not use force against or interfere with peaceful protests. So the other thing is that if I'm a Zionist agitator, and the whole idea is that, okay, when a protest is peaceful, it's lawful and it has to be allowed. But if counter protesters come in and start fighting the protesters. Now violence is happening, and now there's a reason for the police to come in, for the administrators to utilize utilize law enforcement to break it up. So if I'm a Zionist agitator, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to that protest. I'm going to go to that peaceful protest and start agitating. I am going to create an environment that is so toxic. I am going to create the violence. Hello, Hassan. Boring tonight. Came here for smart content. Well, welcome. Hello. Thank you for streaming right now so I don't have to listen to Asmin on Hassan's stream. Gosh, they're still talking. Oh my goodness. I tuned in for a little bit and I was like, that's enough for me. That's enough for me. Look, here's my quick thoughts on the matter, okay? And I don't want to spend much time on this, but when I initially saw the tweets where Hassan was countering Asmin's claims that the one theater kid from UCLA, he's a theater kid, remember this? He knows how to do theatrics. He knows how to do drama. And he was using that example as, look at these students who are being blocked from going to school. And in reality, that guy, and I saw him when I was at UCLA, is an agitator. He's trying to agitate and infiltrate the encampment. He purposefully used his theater kid ass to make a TikTok seeming as if he was being blocked from going to class, when really he's being blocked from fucking up the encampment. Anyway, so Hassan provided him other information, as did other people in the comments. And this is a good point. Or an important point. When we are presented with different information that challenges the beliefs that we have to be willing to listen to that. And when it's pretty clear cut and pretty clear that in that instance, oh, this kid is fabricating this claim that he's being blocked from going to class. Here's all the evidence showing him at these protests, like we literally had him on a live stream. Then you have to be able to accept that information and change your mindset. So on the one hand, when I tuned into Hassan's, it seemed as if Asmin had conceded to that. Like, yes, good. But on the other hand, this is the difference between the centrist way of thinking and the not centrist way of thinking, where we fundamentally disagree on the power of voting being, oh, you just have to vote and it'll fix the problems that we have in this country. And we also fundamentally disagree on things like protest, and how when you are protesting something that is as unpeaceful as something like a genocide, the onus should not be on the protesters. The anger should not be towards the protesters. It should be towards, it should be about the cause. That's what the focus should be on. You should be angry not at student protesters, but you should be angry at the thing they are protesting. You should be angry at the violence that they are protesting against. It went better than expected, but he's still being stubborn about the method, which is wild to me. I do think, though, look, it was probably too long of a conversation. I don't think I could sit through something that long, because you kind of get to a point where it's just the same back and forth. But I do think it's important to have that conversation. And I think Asmin represents a mindset in this country that a lot of people have. And being able to push back on that. So let's say you're somebody who's watching this conversation, you don't know how to respond in the way that someone like Hassan does, but you learn and you listen, and then you go to the people in your own life who think the way that Asmongold does, and you challenge them on their beliefs because you've seen, because you saw someone else do it. So I do always think that's helpful. Asmongold has a huge audience. The fact that he is, look, this is Twitch. The bar is low. The bar is low. Twitch streamers outside of the very small group of political streamers or those who are political adjacent, like Awake Wilder, they're not interested in having serious conversations. This is a drama platform. This is a content is king type of platform. And so I do think, I disagree with a lot of Asmongold says, but if he's at least willing to have a conversation with Hassan where he's not screaming slurs at him, then that's better than it goes for a lot of these big streamers. Billy, thank you so much for the 5. Sorry, my alerts are broken for some reason. I thought I fixed them, but I'm gonna have to try to fix them again. But thank you for the 5. AK Warwick, thank you for the 5 months. Devergard, thank you for the 5 months. Now, do I think Asmongold is gonna change his mind? No, but maybe there are other people listening who would change their mind. It's kind of like the whole meme, like, Amy Schumer's not going to see this, but other vile Zionist racist pigs will, and you should think of their feelings like that. But actually serious, where I don't think Asmongold is going to change his perspective per se. I think that there were some things he did concede on and was like, okay, yeah, that's fair, that's correct. But ultimately, he's not going to budge from the very centrist, very moderate political position that he maintains. But there's a lot of people who will listen to a conversation like that who might or who might not be as staunchly centrist and are, I don't know, floating around, and that could change their perspective. Billy, thank you for another 5 gifted. Anyway, I say this knowing how frustrating it is listening to a lot of the things Asmongold has to say, but also, like, we're talking about Twitch. This is Twitch. And most people on this platform who who would mention something like Israel and Palestine are not going to talk about it in the way that your political streamers that you listen to are going to talk about it. But Asmongold is a huge streamer and has a huge reach. And it's better that he has a conversation with Hassan than him just saying things on his own stream and him just tweeting things out. It's better to have that conversation with Hassan, so at least there's pushback on it in real time. My political streamers, NMP. Oh, you're good. I have such interesting conversations with Nick interesting conversations off stream, because sometimes he says things and I feel as if he's still just kind of fucking with me. Put your hand in the box. Ah! But then Nick also really likes to listen to what I have to say. He's always asking me questions. He said that he likes talking to me because no one else in Austin has conversations like this. So what's in the box? Unfortunately, so many people don't know much about the conflict, so they can't be angry with it and are fearful of taking a side. I didn't know what Zionism was until the last few years, so there's no shot the average person who isn't political knows what we're saying when we mention it. Yeah, and wouldn't you rather... Look, I'm just trying to find the positives in things. Wouldn't you rather people who are in Asmon's community or would not listen to Hassan otherwise, tune in to listen to that conversation rather than just listening to Asmongold rant on his own stream. That's how I feel. I think the point he was not budging on was a valid one, even though you don't agree. I think Hassan had a good point that pointed out the difference of opinion, that there should be a threshold or any violence. I gotta be honest, I did not listen to the whole thing. I tuned in at a couple points. So his community was calling for students to be shot. Okay, well, that's really fucking intense. Jesus. I realized the other day you remind me of my high school history teacher. Talked about things like this a lot. I hope you liked your high school history teacher. What if you're like, she was a fucking bitch? At least he said he's more on the Palestinian side more than the other. He just really hates the blocking roads and stuff. Yes, it's very reminiscent of how the moderate way of thinking goes. I mean, it's nothing new, and it's not the first social justice movement, the first protest, use of protest, where that will be that's the part of the narrative from the centrist side of, okay, it's not that I'm saying I fully disagree with your cause, I disagree with the way that you go about things. That's ultimately what it is. Because remember, and we'll watch Biden's speech on this, but I pulled this up. Where is it? A lot of people have been posting Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from Birmingham jail in response to Joe Biden's speech, and also like other Democrats' thoughts on the matter. Reverend King and others were being held for violating a court order against parading, demonstrating, boycotting, trespassing, and picketing. The letter was written in response to a call for unity, a letter composed by 8 local white clergy members. Their letter called for an end to anti-segregation protests and to find proper channels to achieve a better Birmingham. Doesn't that sound familiar? In response, Reverend King wrote, "Your statement, I am sorry to say, fails to express a similar concern for the conditions that brought about the demonstrations." He called their letter a superficial kind of social analysis that deals merely with effects and does not grapple with underlying causes. Reverend King's response could have been easily directed to white moderates who oppose Black Lives Matter as extremist, condemned the 2020 George Floyd protests as counterproductive, or condemning the student protests as, violent or counterproductive, or blunt their criticism of Donald Trump's embrace of white supremacy with some non-specific reference to some good policies he had. Sadly, I must share Reverend King's analysis of who and what constitutes the greatest impediment to justice. In the letter from the Birmingham City Jail, King wrote these words: that the Negro's great stumbling block in his stride towards freedom is not the white citizen's counselor or the Ku Klux Klanner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action, who paternalistically believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by a mythical concept of time, and who constantly advises the Negro to wait for a more convenient season. The great enemy of justice are those moderates who feign outrage at societal injustice, but whose outrage conveniently disappears when real change threatens their status. These moderates are more comfortable leaving unchallenged the assumed moral authority of certain institutions, traditions, and practices that are the purveyors of injustice, rather than confronting their own role in maintaining these institutions. The hard truth is that the comfort of the status quo is always preferable to pursuing the demands of justice. The letter from the Birmingham City Jail calls for us to reject the justice of those white clergy members and to redefine justice so that it recognizes the humanity of all the diverse peoples of this nation. A nation of multiple races, diverse ethnic groups, LGBTQ folks, diverse faiths, atheists, agnostics, the poor, the old, and all who are marginalized. It asks, how do we achieve the beloved community? The beloved community is not simply a philosophical concept, but a way of understanding justice that moves beyond retribution to building a society that is inclusive and redemptive. A community where, as the late U.S. Senator Paul Wellstone said, each person is free to fully develop his or her full potential. As Americans, we have become comfortable with a view of justice that preferences law and order over compassion and a recognition of our shared humanity. The American concept of justice works against building community because its primary, if not sole focus, is preserving the social order, retribution, and punishment, not redemption, restoration, and reconciliation. It is this limited focus that constrains our ability to create the beloved community. Reverend King said, an individual has not started living until he can rise above the narrow confines of his individualistic concerns to the broader concerns of all humanity. This King holiday, his words are our collective call as we accept the challenge of creating the beloved community. So this is always a letter, these words of Martin Luther King, that people will hearken to and people will bring up whenever there is this raging debate over how a social justice movement should operate. And oftentimes, those who are very loud in their opposition to the way that protesters are behaving don't have nearly as much of a voice. They don't have nearly as much smoke for the actual cause, for the for the reason why these protesters are doing this in the first place. That perfectly describes it. I wasn't able to put into words till now. Always, like, there's nothing I can, there's no way I can say it better than just reading MLK's words on the matter. It perfectly describes every single time why the criticism of the protesters is not the focus that we should be having. And it's why, at the end of the day, because of the fact that I believe so strongly in these causes, because I believe that the fight for humanity and the fight for equal rights is more important, is the most important thing. That's the cause that trumps everything. I retain my focus on that. And you're not ever going to catch me being like, these students should be more respectful. I don't like the way that these students are protesting. Boring Bean, thank you for the prime. My own friend, 23, thank you for the tier 1. They don't have the knowledge behind why the protests are happening in the first place. I think some of them don't. Some of them do. And that's why we must stress, so you're aware of why these students are protesting, then why are you not as loud, using your voice as loudly as you are in criticizing these protesters, in criticizing the powers that have caused such oppression, such injustice, so that these protesters have to protest in the first place? I'm gonna grab some water. Hold on. Sorry, I just want to finish up this article. Hours before the Wednesday protest, I've been skipping back and forth. St. Louis Mayor Jones said that the police wouldn't use force or interfere with peaceful protests. The joint statement from Jones and Police Chief Robert Tracy also said officers would intervene if violence broke out or if the university's property was damaged. We asked the entire community to recognize that the rejection of violence is central to ensuring a safe environment for all. And that is what these student protesters have included in their guidelines. You go to any encampment, and that is a part of the guidelines that are posted outside and inside the encampment. SLU President Fred Postello said Wednesday afternoon SLU created a number of plans to ensure the school's community could continue to learn and work on campus Wednesday evening. We embrace engagement with challenging ideas as necessary, if sometimes uncomfortable, component of our mission to pursue truth, Postello wrote in a message to SLU's community. And a reminder again, SLU is a private university. So they, students have less rights than they do at a public university to protest and assemble, but SLU has still allowed them to. I'm hoping this continues so I can continue to remain proud of my alma mater. I forgot to tell you guys that I talked to Ken Klippenstein. If you know who that is, I'll pull up his. I referenced a piece that he wrote yesterday where he was leaving The Intercept. So I talked to Ken, and we are going to have a conversation on stream Monday at 5 o'clock Pacific time. I just want to remind you guys now, because I'm going to be gone this weekend. I am coming back Sunday. My intention is to still try and do dinner and a movie on Sunday. But in case I just forget to remind you guys, Monday at 5 o'clock, I'll be talking to Ken, and we're going to talk about the state of journalism. Let me link this piece to you guys if you just want to do some reading ahead of time. But this is why he resigned from The Intercept. And he is embarking on a path of fully independent journalism. And so I'm very excited to talk to him about that. Excited to talk about how so much of journalism is just propaganda and it's not actual journalism to inform readers of the truth. So yeah, we'll be chatting about that. We'll be chatting about his journey, what he wants to do now on this new path, and how important student journalism is right now. That's where I've been getting a lot of my information. These are the sources that I'm seeking out, because these are the students who are actually there on, these are their campuses. They're there reporting on things, and they're not beholden to some billionaire who owns their who owns their media company. The Pulitzer Board gives a shout out to student journalists. I always say Pulitzer, I know. As we gathered to consider the nation's finest and most courageous journalism, the Pulitzer. This was, for some reason, when I was a kid, I always said Pulitzer, so it's been stuck in my head. Pulitzer Prize Board would like to recognize the tireless efforts of student journalists across our nation's college campuses who are covering protests and unrest in the face of great personal and academic risk. We would also like to acknowledge the extraordinary real-time reporting of student journalists at Columbia University, where the Pulitzer Prizes are housed, as the New York Police Department was called onto campus on Tuesday night. In the spirit of press freedom, these students worked to document a major national news event under difficult and dangerous circumstances and at risk of arrest. Yeah. He's one of my Ken's one of your inspirations to do independent journalism. Yeah, he's awesome. I have followed his reporting for a really long time. He's also just funny. He's very sassy. So anyway, back to this conversation. I'm pumped to talk to him, and I'll probably do what I normally do. So we're going to talk on Zoom, and then if you guys have questions, I'll open the floor to y'all. As a former journalism student, independent journalist and first person reporting is always stronger. Yeah. And right now we are seeing how mainstream journalist outlets are so just so transparent in the bullshit ways that they are reporting on these protests and how they've been reporting on what's been going on in Gaza. This is a really good piece that I read earlier. CNN's disgraceful propaganda. So we watched Dana Fash's segment yesterday, and it really was, I agree, it was one of the most shameful things that I've ever seen. So this is Jack Merkinson who wrote this. I hope you'll believe me when I say that this CNN segment on Wednesday about the pro-Palestine student protest movement is one of the most jaw-dropping, poisonous pieces of propaganda I've ever seen on a U.S. news outlet. I've covered the U.S. media for a long time. I've watched more hours of cable news than is healthy for any human being. I am under no illusions about the standards by which our biggest networks operate. This came from CNN's chief political correspondent, Dana Bash, who's been a fixture on the network for decades, and it is so heinous that it merits a detailed response. First, watch it for yourself, then we'll chat. So you watch something like cable news and you see like the split in age demographics on how young people get their news and where they get their news, and then how older people get their news. And you understand why things are split that way when it comes to political issues. So when you look at who in this country supports Israel and who supports Palestine, older people in this country support Israel, and to no shock, because look at where they get their news. Look at where they get their information. And if you're getting your information from places like CNN, specifically, you know, Anderson Cooper, Dana Bash, etc., then it's no surprise that you view these protests the way that they want you to, which is to view them as anti-Semitic and inherently violent. Anonymous, thank you for the gifted. Boring Bean, thank you for the prime. Okay, there's so much here that it's hard to know where to start. For one thing, Bash said things that are simply not true. She said pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian groups were attacking each other on the UCLA campus on Tuesday night. That's not true. Everyone knows it, and everyone knew it wasn't true by the time she said those words. This is from the LA Times. On Tuesday night, Dixon Court exploded into savagery and chaos. A large, mostly male crowd of masked counter-demonstrators tried to break into the encampment, ripping down wood and metal barriers, spraying bear mace, igniting stink bombs, and tossing fireworks near the camp perimeter, and in at least one case inside the camp. We have so much footage of this as well, and yet Dana Bash still went on her show and lied. She should be held responsible for disseminating lies. She is lying. The violence came from a mob of pro-Israel supporters. It was not a clash. It was a one-sided assault. Bash lied. When she wasn't spreading her own falsehoods, she was mindlessly regurgitating other people's spin. She happily co-signed the narrative pushed by Mayor Eric Adams and the NYPD that protests at Columbia and City College has been masterminded by shadowy forces from outside the school. By the way, every time Eric Adams has been pushed back on this outside agitator narrative, he has nothing to say. He's just like, yeah, well, every time he's asked, okay, so do you have the numbers on the arrested and how many of them were not students? And he's like, like maybe it's one or two. And then just refuse. He can't answer. He can't answer because they're just lying. He accused the mom of a journalist who went there to eat hummus of being a terrorist. Yeah, I mean, look, Eric Adams been a liar, so nothing new. But it's like the second that they're asked a single question, their whole narrative just falls apart. 300 people were arrested at Columbian City College of New York, Dana Bash intoned. But it is unclear how many were actually students. New York City Mayor Eric Adams warned this morning that professional outside agitators are getting involved. That kind of claim deserves to be scrutinized, not immediately passed along as gospel. And wouldn't you know, Adams has been completely unable to handle the simplest questions about it. Here it is. Eric Adams asked live on MSNBC about how many non-students were arrested at Columbia. He gets flustered, then says it was 2 individuals, refuses to name them, but then references a person that the NYPD already confirmed wasn't arrested and wasn't even there. On NY1 this morning, the mayor is again refusing to say precisely how many protesters he believed to be outside agitators. Is it half the protesters? Is it a quarter? Pat Kiernan asks. Eric Adams responded and says, Pat, I don't think that matters. Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter. So you're just gonna say this shit, and when you are pushed back on it, you say the details don't matter. All you need to know is that these are outside agitators who are not students, and they are being, shadow funded. All he says is that New York is the Tel Aviv of America. Yeah, what a freak. I'm G, LOL, thank you for the prime. But then we reached the most noxious part of Dana's segment when she dropped all the pretense and just went for it. And by it, I mean a wildly slanted monologue that I'm astonished was allowed to make it to air. Many of these protests started peacefully with legitimate questions about the war, but in many cases, they lost the plot. They're calling for a ceasefire. Well, there was a ceasefire on October 6th. The day before Hamas terrorists brutally murdered more than 1,000 people inside Israel and took hundreds more as hostages. Dana Bash should go to jail. Now, protesting the way the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister is prosecuting the retaliatory war against Hamas is one thing. Making Jewish students feel unsafe at their own schools is unacceptable, and it's happening way too much right now. Man, we watched this yesterday, and I'm still pissed off. This was not merely sharing a viewpoint. Oh, and the other thing, guys, and this is what I'm going to talk to Ken about more, it's the insidious way that media people like Dana Bash present this as objective reporting. That is what is so dangerous here. This reporting being presented as unbiased and objective when it is anything but. This was not merely sharing a viewpoint. This was repeating one of the most well-worn lines of pro-Israel propaganda from the past 7 months. Whatever you think about what Bash was saying, it's fairly astonishing to see a supposedly objective news anchor coming in so fervently on one side of the most hot-button debate in the world right now. You want the article? Hold on. Here's the video of Eric Adams admit they only arrested 1 to 2 outside agitators.
There are these nameless leaders who were involved. Can you tell us who they were, or at least how many of them there are?
Well, first, I always suspected that something was happening, and I'm happy that the confirmation of my suspicion turned out to be accurate.
Every time he talks, he sounds so stupid. Well, yes, I just want to say, I just have the clips of Ole absolutely lambasting him and taking him to town. I just have that running through my brain on repeat, rent free.
Accurate when our intelligence division briefed me on 2 particular individuals.
No thoughts
one
behind,
of them,
no thoughts behind
was
those
arrested
eyes.
for terrorism. as well. Some of the paraphernalia and pamphlets that we saw, individuals we saw who were not CUNY students, were there training individuals. We saw the escalation of the tactics that were being used. And so it has been reported on some of the individuals that just stated. I choose not to give notoriety to people who participate in activities like that, but it has been online. The police department has reported, and I'm sure if you reach out to the intelligence division, they'll give you based on the information we want to release. And this is extremely active, continue to evolve, and we want.
I'm not going to name or tell you how many it was, even though I'm making these outlandish claims that these student protesters are actually all outside agitators, because I don't want to give them fame. I don't want to give them their 15 seconds of fame.
I'm going to continue to do the thorough investigations that we have been doing.
Yeah, and then when so he refused to name them, but then references a person that the NYPD already confirmed wasn't arrested and wasn't there. This is the individual he references who, again, wasn't even at the protest and was not even arrested. NYPD Deputy Commissioner Rebecca Weiner now says the unidentified wife of a man convicted of terrorism wasn't actually part of last night's protest. So remember this tweet that got deleted? New York City Hall sources tell CBS New York evidence that the wife of a known terrorist is with protesters on Columbia University campus. You know who actually called her out really hard on this was Yashar Ali. Yashar Ali has had some pretty good takes in the last week in particular. I have to say, I know he can be really insufferable and has had, lots of controversy around his name, but he's been really good about pushing back on pro-cop propaganda, pro-genocide propaganda. Yeah. I think he is the one who got Ali to delete this tweet. He cooked her ass. So look, people are not always one note, All right, let's go back to this article. They're trying to discredit the protest instead of allowing it open up discourse. Yes. So the outside agitator narrative is one that has been around since the civil rights movement. For every social justice movement, you will always find people in the media, elected officials, people in power who use this outside agitator trope in order to discredit the protests. Because if they convince people, oh, these are just randoms who are looking to fuck shit up, and they're not actually legitimate protesters, and so therefore the cause is not legitimate. If they convince people of that, then they discredit the cause. Josie Balls, thank you for the prime, and Julia, thank you for the prime. Bro, we have cameras on phones. We see what's going on. They're like, you don't see what's going on here. Okay. Bash was just getting started after playing a clip showing a UCLA student arguing. That's the theater kid from UCLA that Asmongold had referenced. She said this, again, what you saw is 2024 in Los Angeles. Harkening back to the 1930s. Also, if someone has... You know what? I'll just show you. I'll just show you the part. This is the kid. Hold on.
They're calling for a ceasefire. Well, but in many more as hostage is still hellfying. Now, Hamas is schools.
We pay tuition.
This kid.
I'm a UCLA
literally
student.
one guy.
I deserve to go here. We pay tuition. This is our school, and they're not letting me walk in. My class is over there. I want to use that entrance. Why can't they go? Will you let me go in? This can be over in a second. Just let me and my friends go in.
Yeah, there's also a picture of him shaking hands with the police, one of the police officers who was there. Yeah, so that guy I saw with my own two eyes last week when I went to UCLA's campus, and he was with a group of Zionist agitators. He was waving the Israeli flag around, and then later that night after I had left, they upped the agitation, and he has been there I'm pretty sure everyday sense, because I've seen multiple videos and I've seen multiple footage of him. And he has become one of the faces of UCLA's pro-Israel movement. Fucking theater kids, I'm telling you. We need to have a meeting. We need to have a theater kid meeting. Yeah, he's the absolute worst. And now he is, it doesn't matter what the issue is. It's neo-Nazi white supremacists, police are shaking their hands and protecting them. If it's Zionist agitators, police are shaking their hands and protecting them. American police have become a network of right-wing militias with state authority. Yeah, wow. You look like such a fucking dork-ass loser. Theater kid. Okay, just so you know. Just so you're aware. So that's the kid that Dana was talking about being blocked from going to class. No one is being blocked from going to classes. This guy has been trying to get into the encampment. He is trying to he is trying to to wreck the pro-Palestine encampment that's set up over at UCLA. Imagine going up to a cop and shaking their hand. Thank you, sir. Excuse me, Dana. Okay, so that's what she referred to as 1930s Europe. So Holocaust era. Holocaust era. Even the clip Bash was using to illustrate this point became made a mockery of her contention, given that it shows a bunch of people standing around silently in broad daylight while one student makes a speech in front of them. The student claims that he isn't being led onto campus, though you can't still see plenty of people strolling by in the background with no trouble. And whatever is going on in the clip, there's no sign this kid is in any physical danger, let alone the kind of danger found in 1930s Europe. All I gotta say, here's what I gotta say. If I lived through 1930s Europe and I have to hear and see people comparing stuff like that to 1930s Europe, I would lose my mind. I would go like full boomer. You kids have no fucking idea. You have no idea what you are talking about. It is embarrassing to compare 1930s Europe to a TikTok of a theater kid at UCLA pretending as if he is being blocked from going to school. It is immoral. It's not only an unbelievably over-the-top thing for Bash to say about what's happening in this country, it's not only at odds with discernible reality, it's not only a slanderous smear of student protesters, many of whom are Jewish, it's also a prime example of a dreadful pattern we're seeing these days in which prominent people deploy the horror of the Holocaust with reckless abandon to score political points. They do not appear to realize that all this does is make people take anti-Semitism and real violence against Jews less seriously. Wait a sec. Oh, wait. Did I save this TikTok or did I save this video on Twitter? Let me see. Shit. You guys know the one funny Jewish guy on TikTok, the anti-Zionist Jewish guy, not Matt Lieb. He's got curly hair. I think he's in his 30s. He's made a bunch of TikToks that have gone. There's so many funny Jewish guys. No, I know. I realize when I said that, I was like, okay, hold on. Eli Valley, is that his name? Let me see. He had a TikTok that it was, he does the TikToks where it's like him on one side and then a psycho Zionist on the other, where he's like, wow, you guys bombed children and then ran their bodies over with tanks. And then he responds as the Zionist guy and is like, but the Holocaust. Rathbone, is that his name? Yes, that's him. Yes. Okay, this was it. Good job, guys. I knew you would figure it out.
You shot 3-year-olds in the head?
But we're Jewish!
You hog-tied children and executed them?
Fuck you!
And then buried them alive?
But it's my favorite thing!
You bombed doctors and nurses?
But the Holocaust!
And then ran them over with tanks?
I didn't do it!
You bombed food relief workers.
It wasn't us!
You've single-handedly destroyed the entire education and healthcare infrastructure in Gaza?
We have a right to defend!
You bombed UN workers. No. You slaughtered entire families by waiting till they got home at night and bombed them at 5 a.m. when you knew they would be there?
Fuck you!
You bombed people trying to eat food?
They did it!
You bombed people trying to receive humanitarian aid?
We're looking into it!
And you bombed the people that were trying to administer humanitarian.
We conducted an investigation and we found we did nothing wrong!
You roped off entire neighborhoods and then bulldozed over them?
You're being anti-semantic!
You sent drones into Gaza playing audio of children crying to lure Palestinians out and then massacred them?
But like the Holocaust!
You used AI-generated kill lists and didn't bother to double-check the names.
Oh, that's the Netzah Hayuda!
You set up kill zones where anyone that meandered into this invisible zone was automatically targeted for death.
No, that's the Netzah Yahuda!
Then you bombed the ambulances who were coming to help those people that were bombed.
Netzah Yahuda!
You're not allowing independent investigations?
It wasn't us, it was the Netzah Yahuda!
You sniped journalists.
We're looking into it!
You killed teachers and students.
It's just a few bad apples is all!
You used disproportionate violence.
Now we get to
I
be
know the
Gestapo.
subtitles.
You bombed a refugee camp?
Now we get to be the Gestapo!
And then ran them over with tanks?
But we're Jewish!
Yeah, he makes a lot of these videos, and it just is such.
You shot 3-year-olds in the.
It's such an effective way of showing how absolutely insane the Zionist counter is to just these factual, to the reality of the violence that they've been committing, and also how they use a lot of that during these protests and claim that they are being threatened, claim that they're being, this is like the Holocaust all over again. This is 1930s Germany all over again. And it's psychotic. It's psychotic. He's on Twitch too. He rules. He's just so good at highlighting the insanity of the Zionist counters. Difficult Emily, thank you for the 6 months, and Josie Balls, thank you for the Prime. Goated. The segment ended there, thankfully, so what are we to make of it? First and foremost, it's indefensible on its merits as journalism, as opinion, as analysis. It deserves its place in the cable news hall of infamy. Perhaps the most important thing about this segment, though, is that it exists at all. That it was deemed acceptable for Bash to air something so clearly biased and incendiary about such a sensitive topic. CNN executives would have lost their minds if Bash compared pro-Israel protesters to Nazi sympathizers, or even if she used disputed terms like apartheid or genocide to describe Israel's behavior. But this kind of unhinged screed against the pro-Palestinian movement is apparently just fine. People supporting Palestine get to be written off as violent, Nazi-like extremists without a second thought, and CNN viewers tuning in for a supposedly fact-based look at the world get told that this is objective reality. It's shameful. Bash and CNN disgrace themselves with this segment. The only good thing to come from this is that we know exactly who they are now. Yeah, we've known who they are for quite some time, but this is just another reminder of who they are. Let me show you guys something that made me laugh, and I had to leave Twitter up on this page because Michael Freund, who posted this tweet, deleted it because he's a fucking idiot. So this tweet was making the rounds and other people were tweeting it. Pleasantly surprised to other people were tweeting the same video of Robert De Niro. Pleasantly surprised to see that Robert De Niro, known for his progressive views, is standing strong with Israel and slams pro-Hamas terror supporters. Well done. So here's the clip.
talking nonsense, then you gotta go home. They're gonna do it again.
Wait.
Again.
Okay, right here. This says Robert De Niro stands with Israel. Also, I can't make it bigger because this tweet was deleted. Robert De Niro stands with Israel. They added in the subtitles, they say in the captions, they say they're going to do it again. The person who made this video put October 7th in the captions.
Again, we don't want that. You don't want that. None of us want that. Come on.
You guys, you want to know what this is from? Robert De Niro is filming a TV show. He's filming a TV show called 0 Day, and this was on set while he was filming. And yet psycho, stupid fucking Zionists have taken this and are pretending as if it's Robert De Niro standing up for Israel. Oh my God. Oh, it's so good. Bro added his own context. I cannot get over the added captions here. They say they're going to do it again. October 7th. They say they're going to do it again. Oh my God. This is the type of stuff that you just got to laugh at it. You just have to have a good old chuckle. I just got back and wow, use acting as a propaganda. Look, everybody's paid actors out there, okay? So interesting they make the Hollywood accusations then do shit like this. Every accusation is a self-report. From one delusional bitch to another, take your meds. This is what I do love about the internet, where someone will post something like that and then they will get absolutely ridiculed by people like Krang online or Drill. This is people, Twitter accounts like Krang and Drill's bread and butter. They are always all over this shit. LMAO, this is from a movie he's filming. It has nothing to do with Israel. Do you think Robert De Niro and Jesse Plemons went down to Colombia to scream at random teenagers? Do we know his actual stance? I feel like I read some comments from him a couple months ago. He could very well, you know, be a liberal Zionist. I don't know exactly, or can't remember what his stance is. However, it's very funny to use a video of him on set and add in context to the captions so that people believe that this is what Robert De Niro is talking about. All right, let's watch. Oh, yeah, let's look at. Oh, okay. So last night at UCLA. So yesterday I was watching live streams of the protests. Shout out to Cinemarxism, who was live streaming there all day yesterday and into the night. Also, Frogan and Capri Sun Poppy went there to live stream, and then there were various news live streams that we were watching. And after I ended stream and the live streams also ended, the police, the UCLA cops, let me see if I can find the video that I saved here. The UCLA cops moved in on the encampment and started doing things like shooting rubber bullets at the kids. Rubber bullets are awful. They are not to be taken lightly simply because they're rubber bullets. Here's an example.
Here now, but again,
Wow.
The university also released a statement that there were no injuries, and yet there were injuries. I don't know if I can share the one because it's a kid who's covered in blood, but there was one Palestinian protester, a UCLA student, who, like, there's pictures of him making the rounds online where he's like covered in blood and has bandages on his face and had to go to the hospital. Got shot in the head.
Goodness.
Gina,
This is
that.
so dangerous. Again, they're shooting rubber bullets.
Like, you can hear Good Day LA, the news anchors commentating how dangerous this is. Like, they are looking at this and going, what the hell is going on?
But I can tell you from doing stories about rubber bullets, they are extremely painful. If they hit your leg, your arm, they could break your arm. But they're trying to get into this encampment to get everyone arrested.
Almost
and
as bad
out of
as
this
the
encampment.
eye. Almost as bad. Almost as bad as the girl who got stabbed in the eye.
There's a struggle going on over here now. But again,
wow.
Oh my goodness.
Gina,
This is
Yeah, absolutely disgusting. This is a protester who was arrested, and look at them removing. Hold on. They're removing the goggles to protect from the chemical sprays. They're removing the mask, which, keep in mind, students wear these masks for a variety of reasons. Obviously, a lot of students have these on for COVID purposes, but because Palestinian protesters have been doxxed, they have been harassed, they have had legal action threatened against them. They are, they are at risk of being expelled and suspended and expelled, and are facing serious consequences. So for anyone who's like, oh yeah, well, why don't you're going to go protest this stuff, why don't you be brave about it? Fuck you. That is a sick fucking mentality to have, that these students who are protesting genocide then inevitably must face consequences for it. Like, sorry, you wanted to go protest? Well, that's it. That's all. How about instead we go, why are these students facing consequences for protesting? Why are they having to worry about being doxxed? Why are they, having to worry about being harassed? What the hell? And also, why don't cops do this to Proud Boys? How many times have we seen Proud Boys and other white supremacist groups, Nazis, all masked up? You don't see the cops removing their masks. Probably because, as we always say, spot the difference in this picture. What's the chant? KKK, like PD, KKK. I don't know. You know the chant I'm talking about, but it's because, of course, the cops aren't going to do that to the Proud Boys, to white supremacist groups. Of course not. Rubber bullets can explode in your eyes. Literally happened twice in the last year in Spain alone. Yeah, they're really dangerous. They are spraying these on students, on unarmed students. That's what they're doing. What a non-escalatory response. The cops in this picture looking like fools. Yeah. Like, these are kids wearing like REI pullovers. Wow. Goodness. And then this was a
degree of
sorry.
outrage and betrayal on behalf of all of the faculty right now, especially taken in light of what happened last night, which was an incident in which about 200, very violent.
There's a reason rubber bullets are called less lethal, not non-lethal, right?
Counter-protesters descended on the camp and were doing things like flinging fireworks, enacting real violence, and it took several hours for the university to respond.
Yeah, so 2 nights ago, the university allowed Zionist thugs to be the be the perpetrators of violence on their student protesters. And last night they allowed the police officers to. So very clearly the university, in stating their purpose of keeping students safe, don't intend that at all. They were using storage bin lids from Costco to shield themselves from the pigs. These kids are wearing Crocs and Carhartt pants. Did you see the lip gloss queen? You know I did. You know I saw the lip gloss queen. I was like, that's right. I loved someone trying to be like, see, it's clear that these protests are all about aesthetics. You have a brain the size of a peanut. You look at a picture of the lip gloss queen. Also, if someone can post that, I'll look at it. You look at a picture of the lip gloss queen, and somebody who wants to try to turn that into proof that these protests are about aesthetics, rather than a young woman in the face of a riot police officer going, you know what I think about you? Hey, thanks for putting that shield up so I can apply my lip gloss in the reflection. Do you have any advice for remaining optimistic in the face of the UCLA takedown? I know other universities are doing well, but the UCLA ones seem peaceful and meaningful for the nation as a whole. Advice for remaining optimistic in the face of the UCLA takedown. Well, I guess knowing that the more violently that these administrators using law enforcement respond to these student protesters, the more that people join the cause. Because if there's one thing that deters people from protesting, or, people who would consider protesting, it's being repressed. That's never happened. The more that protesters are repressed, the more they become committed to the cause. And so I would say, do the students not realize that paying for tuition doesn't give you the right to camp and disrupt campus? Hey guys, anybody, can we not do week mods? Don't do week timeouts for these people. You can give them a day timeout, because I think that there are a lot of people who need to understand that if you're looking at this situation where and only do timeout if they're continuing to be if they're continuing to be obnoxious, like if they're fighting with people in chat. There's a lot of people who look at what's going on here and are taking the sides of administration and taking the sides of law enforcement. And what they're not realizing is that these protests have started off peaceful, and they are within the legal, they are within the laws and the campus guidelines, and administrators are responding to those protests by bringing in law enforcement who are swiftly and brutally coming down on these protesters. And so if you're somebody who thinks that that's okay, then you need to try and look at this a different way. Why is it okay? Why is this okay? Let me show you an example here. I don't support violence or breaking the laws of peaceful protests. So what I'm trying to emphasize with chatters who are thinking that way is that you're seeing the violence because you're seeing cops and outside agitators coming down on these peaceful protesters. I read this report earlier from ACLED, who has compiled all of this data over the last 7 months looking at these protests, and they have found that these protests are 99% peaceful, exceptions being what happened at UCLA a couple nights ago. And in that instance, Zionists were the ones who acted with violence. It was not Palestinian protesters, because People who are part of the Palestinian protest movement understand what they are there for. And they know that if they were to behave violently at all, it denigrates the cause. They are not there to commit violence. But when they are being met with riot police, with various law enforcement groups, and those law enforcement groups are macing them, they are zip tying them, they are spraying them with rubber bullets like we just watched here at UCLA, then that escalates the situation. And when I was on UT's campus, the second the police left, you could feel the change in the environment. It was so intense before because of law enforcement and because of how law enforcement was behaving. And the second they were gone, it was like everybody had taken a deep breath and we were at peace again. So if you think that these students are being violent, if you think that they are out here just breaking all these laws, you need to go to a protest. And you also need to understand that a lot of these universities are now declaring these protests to be not allowed on campuses. So before, you were allowed to do it, but because of how out of control things have gotten, and because for political reasons, these administrators need to appear tough on these protests and need to come down hard on them, they are declaring these encampments and these protesters to be trespassing and to be breaking school guidelines. And so that is why they are, that is their reason for allowing the police to come in and break things up. But the other thing is, okay, so students aren't allowed to, they're not allowed to congregate here anymore, right? They're not allowed to have an encampment here. Do you think that the response that is a very violent response is the right response to have? Like, is that the only way that these students should be handled? Because that is how the police are handling these students. They are coming in and they are spraying them with pepper spray. And in the instance that this happened when I was at UT Austin's campus, these students weren't attacking the cops. They were not. Let's be clear about that. These were not students who were attacking the cops. These were not students who were enacting violence upon the cops so that the cops had to respond by pepper spraying them to detain them. That was not the case. They opened up the pepper spray on the group of students who were standing there and chanting things like, the various chants that you've heard. And that's not illegal. Rosa Parks peacefully protested and violated the law. She did the right thing. Right. And I mean, we talked about that earlier, where you need to look at what you are angrier with. You need to look at what your focus is on. And if your focus is on the students and the way the students are protesting, which, keep in mind, is so much milder compared to the 1960s anti-Vietnam protests as opposed to the 1980s anti-South Africa apartheid protests, as opposed to the, some of the civil rights protests. These protests are very mild, and yet the police response is unprecedented. The police didn't respond this way like they did in the 1960s, when the protesters were actually using violent means. We're actually taking in one instance, they took a dean hostage. So it's really, I don't know. It's really something where I've had a lot of people use that line, and that was what Asmongold was resting his argument on, where these students shouldn't break the law. Well, these students shouldn't be using violence. And as far as the violence part, I think that one is a lot easier to dispel, where the students aren't using violence. They're being met with violence. All these videos that you're seeing, this footage that you're seeing, is police officers violently treating the students violently. And then as far as the protesters shouldn't break the law, in many of these instances, they weren't breaking the law and then were met with this heavy police force. They were met by an administration who went, no, we're shutting this shit down. We're not even going to allow you to protest within the guidelines. People are more angry at students speaking up in the form of peaceful protest than genocide. Yeah, so when you keep seeing people talk about how these protests are peaceful, they're talking about the Palestinian protesters being peaceful. The protests turn not peaceful when you have the riot police coming in. The protests turn not peaceful when you have a group of Zionist thugs coming in armed with fireworks and mace and metal bars and are tearing down the barriers. Yes, of course, that's not peaceful. And so for these students now who are choosing to disobey the universities sending out notices that they are no longer allowed to congregate, sending out dispersal notices, those students are actively defying their universities because it's gotten to this point. And it never should have gotten to that point. And so those students, in my opinion, because I agree so strongly with the cause, those students are brave because they are now facing repercussions for refusing to step down from fighting against genocide. That's what they're doing. They are refusing to give up the protest. And if these universities had just allowed them to do so in the first place, and in so many of these situations didn't call in law enforcement, it wouldn't have gotten to such a violent point. Okay, let's look at this example. So this is Annalise Orlek. She is the former head of Jewish studies at Dartmouth. She has taught there. She has taught there for 34 years. And this is the way that the police handled her. And this is her underneath saying, "These cops were brutal to me. I promise I did absolutely nothing wrong. I was standing with a line of women faculty in their 60s to 80s. These are older ladies, okay, trying to protect our students. I have now been banned from the campus where I have taught for 34 years. Okay, so right there, right? Annalise went like, stop it. This. She didn't have a weapon. She wasn't beating these police officers. She wasn't physically hurting them. She was telling them to leave the students alone, to stop brutalizing them. And look at immediately what these cops do, okay? So here's like a group of them. They grab her wrist. Grabs her wrist. This is an old lady. Look at him. Look at this. Like, do you think that is an okay way for the police to be behaving? Do you think that this is totally acceptable? I don't. This amount of force.
She's a threat to our safety.
Imagine getting in a police officer's face and expecting nothing to happen. Imagine seeing your students being brutalized for protesting genocide and telling the cops to stop, and the cops doing this to you. Like, what a sick rabid dog mentality to have, thinking that, oh, fuck around and find out. I don't know how to get somebody to change that type of mindset, because it's such a rabid dog mindset. It's such a like bloodthirsty enjoyment of watching an old lady be manhandled by police officers for telling them to stop brutalizing her students. Cowardly. Somebody who thinks these cops are cool, are doing their jobs, the boys in blue, you're as much of a coward as they are. Wow, they're so tough. So tough. Yeah, are we really saying getting in someone's face is grounds for assault? Yeah, but I forget that when you're a cop, you can do anything. Because that's the thing. There are people like that chatter who believe that cops can do whatever they want. Even though cops have a duty to protect property and not people. So if there's kids being murdered in a school, the cops don't have to go in, and they won't. People like that chatter still respect these cops, still look at them and are like, fuck around and find out. That's right. The boys in blue. You get into a cop's face, they have the right to kill you. Oh, okay. Wow. Such a slave to authority that wouldn't save your life if you needed it. Just keep that in mind. If a police officer deems their safety at risk and you need their help, you're on your own. I don't respect any of that if you're referring to me. No, I wasn't referring to you. Yeah, I just always think of the Uvalde response. You know what I always think of too? I'm trying to remember. I know it happened in New York. You guys will be able to fill in the details for me. It happened in New York. The guy who was stabbed, and there were police officers on... It was on a train, and there were police officers there, and they didn't step in. I think it was on the New York subway. Who remembers this story? Yeah, and it sparked this huge debate, and there's a cracked video on it. Can you link that if it's short enough? And it was a reminder to those who may not know or may not remember that cops under the Constitution do not have to protect you. So the whole like worshiping police authority is dumbass behavior, because those police are not there to protect you. Like, police, were created in the first place to protect property and catch slaves who were considered property.
Rock, Colorado versus Gonzalez, where the Supreme Court applied the same rationale.
Oh, this is okay. Wait, this is a good one. Let's watch the Legal Eagle one. He's talking about Castle Rock versus Gonzalez, one of the Supreme Court decisions that said police have no duty to risk their lives.
Case involving the police. Now, in that case, Jessica Gonzalez had asked for a restraining order against her estranged husband. There was a Colorado law that made domestic violence restraining orders mandatory whenever one party felt threatened. And the state trial court issued an order prohibiting the husband
video is 5
from
minutes.
seeing
Okay,
Ms.
sick.
Gonzalez
We'll watch that
or
too.
their 3 daughters unless it was through a pre-arranged visit.
Thank you.
Now, just 1 month later, the husband kidnapped the 3 children. Ms. Gonzalez had direct evidence that he had the kids because he confirmed it on the phone. She begged the police to search for her husband right away since he violated the court order. Now, the Castle Rock Police Department told Ms. Gonzalez that it could do nothing and told her she had to wait until 10 p.m. to see if her husband brought the daughters home. At 10 p.m., the police told Jessica to wait until midnight. At midnight, she went to the police station to beg them to arrest her husband. An officer took the report and then went to dinner. A few hours later, Gonzalez's husband went to the police station and opened fire. Police killed him in the melee. And when they searched his truck, they found the 3 girls dead in the back. Gonzalez's husband had murdered all 3 that night. Miss Gonzalez sued the Castle Rock Police Department for violating her due process rights. And the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals found that she had a, quote, protected property interest in the enforcement of the terms of her restraining order, which the police had violated. But the Supreme Court reversed that decision, ruling that Gonzalez had no constitutionally protected property interest in the enforcement of the restraining order, and therefore could not claim that the police had violated her right to due process. Justice Antonin Scalia wrote the majority opinion. He reasoned that the state law didn't entitle anyone to mandatory action by police, even though the issuance of the restraining order was mandatory under Colorado law. Restraining orders provide the grounds.
Yeah, so when universities are calling in law enforcement, claiming that they are there to protect students, police don't protect students because they're not constitutionally obligated. And we've seen time and time again that police are not there to actually protect people because they are there to protect property. So they're being called in to protect property. That's what it's about.
For arresting a person constrained to the order, but that doesn't mean that the recipient can force the police to act. Scalia wrote that under the Colorado law, police have discretion to decide whether to enforce an order, and if so, how they would do so. The court concluded that, quote, since Colorado had not created such an entitlement to mandatory action, Gonzalez had no property interest and the due process clause was therefore inapplicable. The court ultimately concluded that unless a legislature specifically said, we're creating this right, and if we breach it, the private citizen can then sue the government, then the citizen is out of luck. And as one court put it, quote, law enforcement officers often consider themselves responsible for protecting the public and deterring criminal activity. However, the legal doctrine that specifies the legal duty of law enforcement officers holds that they have a duty to the public, but not to individual citizens. This is what's known as the public duty doctrine. The doctrine means that the officers don't have a duty to protect citizens from harm by a third party. In other words, there is no clear duty to protect individual citizens. Now, that being said, the DeShaney decision recognized 2 possible exceptions to the general rule that the state has no duty to protect people from harm. The first is what's called the special relationship exception, which holds that the Constitution imposes upon the state a duty of care towards individuals who are in its custody. As is usually summarized, quote, when the state takes a person into its custody and holds him there against his will, the Constitution imposes upon it a corresponding duty to assume some responsibility for his safety and well-being. So when the state has a special relationship with someone, there may be a duty to protect. If this relationship exists, the state official must take reasonable steps to ensure the safety and care of that person and to safeguard them against foreseeable risks. However, most courts say that the only time the state forms a special relationship is through incarceration, institutionalization, or other similar restraint of personal liberty. And most courts reject the theory that people waiting to be rescued are in police custody and control. This is particularly true in the Fifth Circuit, and perhaps the most analogous Fifth Circuit case is Salas versus Carpenter, where a county clerk was taken hostage at the courthouse by her abusive boyfriend. And during the hostage negotiation, the sheriff ordered that the city SWAT and hostage negotiation teams leave the courthouse. He then replaced them with county personnel not trained for SWAT or hostage negotiations. The man killed the county clerk. And the Fifth Circuit sided with the sheriff, finding that he did not violate her constitutional rights by using untrained negotiators. The court said, quote, generally the absence of a special relationship defeats any due process claim based on a failure to provide protective services. The victim was not held in state custody or otherwise prevented by the state from caring for herself. This was a failed rescue.
Yeah, so that's why in so many instances where cops have arrested Black men and then, you know, they've died in their care or died while they were arresting them, they have not faced legal consequences. Like I just saw that, I think it was one of Elijah McClain, the sweet boy in Colorado who was walking back home. He had I think he was autistic and he was walking back home from getting candy or something, and cops killed him. And it's such a horrific story. He was such a sweet boy. But those cops, I think one of them, actually, let me just look this up so I don't get this wrong. This just happened. Yeah. Among the 3 officers charged, and remember, this only happens when a case gets a ton of attention online. Do you know how many Elijah McClains there are that don't have any there's no charges even pursued against the police officers because it just happens all the time? But anyway, a judge sentenced an ex-Colorado police officer to 14 months in jail for his role after hearing the young black man's mother on Friday call the officer Billy with a badge who will always have blood on his hands. But he was the only one who was found guilty, and he was the most senior law enforcement member charged in McClain's death. And remember, this received like no attention at the time, but gained interest the following year. So this happened what, in 2019, but gained interest the following year because of George Floyd's murder. So if the internet had not taken a hold of this and made Elijah McClain's death a rallying cry, nothing would have happened. And there are so many instances where cops are not charged at all when something like an Elijah McClain when someone like Elijah McClain is killed.
Effort. And it's easy to see how the Fifth Circuit, which covers Texas, would probably make the same call in the hypothetical Uvalde case. The police were doing something. They were securing the parking lot and stopping parents from getting inside where they might get hurt. And just because the effort failed, and failed badly, probably wouldn't change the Fifth Circuit's analysis.
Qualified
but under
immunity.
the DeShaney case, there is a second exception, and that is called the state-created danger exception. And under that theory, some courts have recognized that state officials have a duty to protect individuals from harm when their actions created or exacerbated a danger to that individual. But here it seems like this exception wouldn't apply. The police didn't help, at least not in the way that most people wanted them to help. But at the same time, they also did not create the situation itself. Now, those of you that have been paying attention might have come up with a legal theory that might differentiate what happened in Uvalde, Texas from the prior precedent. And that is that children are mandated to go to school. Often, those schools are provided by the government. And in this case, this massacre occurred at a public school. So aren't the children within the custody of the government? And doesn't the government then have an obligation to provide for the health and safety of the children? Especially a school that has a police officer and a school district that has its own police department. Well, it's complicated, but it probably doesn't turn out the way that you might want. Because unfortunately, this is not the first time there has been a massacre on school campus. And a relatively recent case is almost directly on subject. And that is the case arising out of the Parkland situation. In late 2020, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals cited the Castle Rock and DeShaney cases and dismissed a lawsuit brought by the victims of the Parkland, Florida shooting at the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Now there, the students alleged that the county sheriff and deputies incompetently responded to an active shooter situation, violating their due process rights. The deputies knew that the shooter was a danger to the community, and school officials had also known that the shooter was deeply troubled and had made threats. The plaintiffs alleged that the deputies had failed to intervene during the shooting, and they also noted that one deputy prevented EMS from providing life-saving care and blocking them from entering the school during the shooting. The 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, which is one step below the Supreme Court, found that a plaintiff could only allege a substantive due process claim in 2 situations. First, when the person was in the government's custody, and second, when government officials' conduct is arbitrary or shocks the conscience. Now, first, the court held that the children were not in police custody, and as far as shocking the conscience, the court held that in an active shooter situation, police have to make split-second decisions in the midst of chaos. In this situation, quote, an official's conduct will shock the conscience only when it stems from a, quote, purpose to cause harm. That means that a plaintiff can only sue if they can show that the government officer purposefully caused harm. If the police officer didn't intend to hurt anyone, then they can't be sued. And with respect to whether the children were...
Oh, no intention, so no legal consequences. Where have we heard that repeated? Where have we heard there's no intention, so it's not a genocide? This whole idea of intent is the whole idea of intent is such a tricky bitch, because you can of course claim, oh, well, we didn't intend to do that, and you can't prove that we intended to. All these people who died, it wasn't our intention for them to die, so we can't be held responsible for this.
In government custody, the court held, quote, "It is well established that school children are not in a custodial relationship with the state. A custodial relationship exists only if the government places limitations."
Unless they give an evil villain monologue about their intentions. Yeah, which is crazy because in the case of Israel, so many of their officials have given evil villain monologues, and yet, oh, but we were like being facetious, or we were just using colorful language. You can't prove that the words that we used were then tied to our direct actions. You can't prove that.
Upon individual's ability to act on his own behalf that are similar in kind to incarceration or other forms of involuntary confinement. School attendance, even when compelled by truancy and compulsory attendance laws, is not similar in kind to incarceration or institutional confinement. Ordinarily, there are no custodial relationships in the public school system, even if officials are aware of potential dangers or have expressed an intent to provide aid on school grounds. And in the Parkland case, the biggest controversy was about Scott Peterson, a Broward County Sheriff's deputy and school resource officer.
Not the Scott Peterson
stayed outside of a school building for over 40 minutes
Lacey
as
Peterson.
Students and faculty members were gunned down. And the state of Florida charged Peterson.
If my name was Scott Peterson, I don't know if there's any Scott Petersons in here. I think I would probably change it. There's too many bad Scott Petersons. Like, there's too many famously bad Scott Petersons. Yeah, you gotta change the name.
With neglect under a statute that applies to caregivers. Now, this is generally a novel interpretation of the law, which usually applies to parents or adult household members or teachers. Now, Peterson will stand trial on this criminal case, but the 11th Circuit dismissed the civil case against Peterson for the same reasons it dismissed the cases against other defendants, that these students were not in a custodial relationship with the officials, even the school's armed resource officer. A lot of people disagree with this particular ruling, and it can be solved with legislation. But as it currently stands, there is no inherent cause of action based on the Constitution that would allow parents and teachers and victims to sue the police for inaction at Uvalde. And unfortunately, that is the current state of the law. Now, if you'd like to actually do some good, one thing I can recommend is a company I work with called Tab for a Cause, which lets you raise money for the charity of your choice just by opening tabs while you're browsing the internet. Tab for a Cause is a Google Chrome extension that allows you to pick a charity of your choice. And every time you open up a new tab, instead of a blank page, it displays.
Okay. We're gonna watch the crack video. Oh, you know what? Actually, I have watched this before. I have watched this before. We're gonna watch this, and then let me see. About what I want to do after that. Okay, I actually have to run to, I gotta go TT. Gotta run to the bathroom. We have watched this before. It's only 5 minutes. TT. Okay.
If you've ever been on the internet, I mean, you're here right now, you probably wound up in the comments section of at least one article about a mass shooting, some other kind of killing spree, and seen dozens of assholes make comments like,
"Dude, if I was there, I would have totally stopped that guy. I totally know Kung Fu, and I just like knock the weapon out of his hand and then break his neck with a spin kick, and then my mom would finally love me."
My name is Joe Lazito, and one day in 2011, my morning commute was interrupted by the tail end of a 28-hour-long stabbing spree. The reason that spree ended is because I stopped it, and I learned. The stabber, Maxim Gelman, was already famous across the city. I didn't know any of that, though, because I'd gotten up too early to catch the paper. So when an obviously high person staggered crazily into the train, I just kind of figured morning in New York, you know? That creepy guy, who I'd later learn was Gelman, started banging on the door of the engineer's compartment.
Let me in.
I was sitting right by the door. The only thing separating the engineer and myself was a wall. It turned out there were 2 cops on the other side of the door, lying in wait in case Gelman hopped on this train. I found out later they'd recognized him, but they didn't charge out to stop him. Instead, they asked him a polite question.
Who are you?
I'm the police.
You're not the police.
You'd expect 2 armed cops to, I don't know, maybe do something about a wanted fugitive spree
Well, you'd
killer
be
if they were on
wrong.
the train specifically to arrest, but they stayed put. So Gelman walked up to me, whipped out an 8-inch knife, and told me, "You're going to die."
How am I
Then he
feeling?
stabbed me. I was in the sort of situation every man
I
thinks
feel
about
younger
at
now
least
that I
twice a day.
colored my hair.
Suddenly thrust into a life or death situation that required me to become a badass. Unfortunately, I had no badass training, but I have watched a lot of MMA, and when he brought back his arm to stab me again, I decided to dive in for a single leg takedown. It should have looked like this.
Oh my god.
But in reality,
Holy shite. Speed Razor, thank you for the 20. I'm sorry my alerts are still not working, but thank you, homie.
shot in too high and wound up tackling him by the waist.
Appreciate you.
Rather than getting him in the leg. So he stabbed me repeatedly in the skull. The good news for you armchair badasses is that you can have no idea what you're doing but still succeed on dumb luck and balls. I outweighed Gelman by a lot, so he went down despite the power of a knife on his side. So we're both on the ground, I'm on top, and he still got his stabbing machine in hand. I tried to grab his right hand, which held the knife, with my left,
this is
but I missed,
insane.
and he sliced me good in the thumb. I tried to catch him a second time and failed, so he slashed me again in my left tricep.
I've seen
my
this
third grab was a
before,
chomp. I
and
caught
it
his
still
hand
is like-
and slammed it into the ground. He dropped the knife. Once I had him pinned and was, dying of blood loss, the cops decided it was safe enough to arrest Gelman. Next thing I remember is a cop tapping me on the shoulder. "You can get up now, we got him." I thought that was being charitable, but at the time I didn't exactly feel argumentative. There was no pain yet, just this warm feeling from the blood gushing out of me. It was like standing in the shower with warm water spraying the top of your head and flowing down the back of your neck. And again, when you'd expect the police to jump to my aid, they didn't. None of them even touched me. The only guy to render aid was another passenger, Alfred Douglas, aka Napkin Man, because he staunched my bleeding injuries with napkins. I think Napkin Man probably saved my life, but at this point I'd been stabbed roughly all the times a person can be stabbed while remaining conscious. And so I passed out. When I eventually came to in the hospital, it was kind of frustrating to realize that none of the early coverage mentioned me or Napkin Man. The police gave all the credit to the 2 officers who'd been in the subway train with me, only neither of them actually even left the booth until I disarmed Gelman. During the grand jury hearing, one of the cops
We're
testified,
just doing
I
our
started to come
jobs.
out, I opened the door, but I thought Gelman had a gun, so I closed the door and stayed inside. I can see how in a stressful situation you might mistake a knife for a gun, but also that kind of makes it more infuriating. If you, Mr. Cop A. Policington, thinks this insane, drug-addled murderer has a gun, and he's sitting on a train bound for Times Square, don't you want to stop him at all costs? So yeah, I decided to sue the NYPD. The first case I brought got dropped, so I acted as my own lawyer for the second case and finally made it to a judge. The judge said,
Mr. Lazito's version of the story sounds highly credible, and his version of events rings true.
but I still lost the
Classic.
case. Here's how that was justified in its original legalese.
No direct promises of protection were made to Mr. Lazito, nor were there direct actions taken to protect Mr. Lazito prior to the attack. Therefore, a special duty did not exist.
Yeah.
It turns out there was a
this is an example of the Legal Eagle video that we just watched, where he's explaining how the law works and why police officers, when in situations like Uvalde are sued by the parents are not legally responsible.
A piece of legal precedent.
Sorry that happened.
In 2005, the Supreme Court ruled on Castle Rock v. Gonzalez. In that case, a woman sued the Castle Rock PD after they failed to respond when she complained that her estranged husband had violated a protective order and abducted their kids. He eventually murdered them. The Supreme Court ruled in the police department's favor. It turns out it's literally not their job to protect people. So to the internet badasses who are about to comment on this video and claim they'd totally nailed the takedown, you should make a note of a few things. First, my insurance had me in and out of the hospital in 2 days. And the hospital didn't give me any AIDS or hepatitis tests after I'd been stabbed with a knife that had stabbed other people. Apparently that's not—
Yeah, or to the tough guys who want to come in here and chat and say fuck around and find out, to a 65-year-old professor who was violently manhandled by police officers as she told them to stop violently manhandling the students. Well, just know that if you're ever in a situation like this, those cops that you revere so much, that authority that you bow down to and lick the gum off of their shoes, they're not there to protect you. They won't.
Not medically necessary. Second, if you ever get the chance to confront a dangerous armed madman, don't trust in the police having your back. Don't expect to get the credit, and hope like hell there's another napkin man waiting in the wings to help you.
Yeah. Anywho, okay, back to, oops, I can't have that on because that, as I was walking up to PSU in Portland, Oregon, a car turned down an alley in front of me where the crowd of protesters were standing. On the dash was a can of bear mace, and the license plate holder read, "We the people, this wasn't an accident." The driver accelerated towards protesters and police before exiting with the can of mace, fleeing the car and spraying people on the way out. Let's look at this.
Hey, get away from the car!
Man, it's like Unite the Right all over again. Rest in peace, Heather Heyer. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Yeah, on the dash was a can of bear mace. Who just casually has bear mace when they're driving around a campus like this? We the people. This is the loseriest thing ever. We the people as your license plate? Did this happen this week? This happened, this was posted today. Yeah. Oh. Hold on, sorry. Let's take a quick little break. Just a quick little Farley cam. What's he doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Come on, you got it. You got it. Who are you fighting? Who you fighting? Look at his one leg up in the air. What the dog doing? He's fighting demons. What the dog doing? I do not know. I do not know what the dog is doing. Man, he's gonna be so freaked out again when I leave really early in the morning. Is he asleep? Is he awake or asleep? I don't know. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, there's our dog cam. Just a little break, you know, here and there. All right, let us, let's look at, oh.
But are some students about to get an education?
I want to show you guys this video. Kevin O'Leary, the chairman of Leary Ventures and a judge on Shark Tank, has some advice for students.
They maybe didn't bargain for when the protests began? Well, that's a question that some, well, CEOs are now appearing to answer. Just listen, for example, to this warning by Exxon.
In St. Louis, the Cathedral Basilica of St. Louis is cool as hell art-wise. Yes, it is.
Mobile CEO Darren Woods, where he was asked if the turmoil on these campuses will actually impact who his company even hires.
Okay.
What we're seeing on campuses today in some places is something very different from that, harassment and intimidation. I think there's no place for that, frankly, at those universities.
So interesting. So this is Darren Woods, who's the CEO of ExxonMobil. Interesting to hear Darren Woods talking about breaking the law and doing unlawful things, and talking about, talking about the way that people should behave. This is the CEO of ExxonMobil who has lied about the disastrous climate effects that his company has caused. This is the CEO of ExxonMobil. Yeah, what a reasonable take from a man with no ulterior motive. Somebody who certainly has the moral compass here to condemn protesters who are condemning a genocide. Yeah. So if the CEO of ExxonMobil is disapproving of you and what you're doing, just know you're probably doing the right thing.
And certainly no place for that in a company like ExxonMobil.
Oh,
so
no.
We wouldn't.
Oh, bummer. These students certainly wanted to work at ExxonMobil. Aw, shucks. Oh, man.
Look to bring folks like that into our company, and if that action or those protests reflect the values of the campuses where they're doing it, we wouldn't be interested in recruiting those students from those campuses.
Oh, no.
I mean, that might be surprising or not surprising to you. Woods, though, isn't alone. I mean, you have hedge fund founder Daniel Loeb telling the New York Post, quote, "We're looking for high-quality candidates, but we're going to be looking at different."
You know, if it were me and I were a big time boss, I would look at these students and go, those are people who have grit. Those are people who are unafraid. Those are people who stand on business. Those are people who are frankly very, very admirable. The type of people that I would want to work for me.
Places. The CEO of an executive search firm tells the Post, quote, "I'm hearing from people they don't want to send their kids to these places, but also from the banks that they're leery about recruiting now from these highly visible schools and will look to places maybe in the Midwest where you don't see this type of activity."
We'll look to places in the Midwest where you don't see this type of activity. That's funny. There are protests happening in the Midwest. But you want to know why they're saying this? You want to know why they're so concerned? Because they're like, wait, they're going to come after us. Wait a sec. If these students are very politically aware and are involved in activism against moral injustices, we got to watch out for them. Nobody's safe. If Israel isn't safe, then nobody's safe. We're protesting in the Midwest, at least here in Iowa. They're happening all over in the Midwest. I saw protests at schools in Chicago. I saw protests at UW-Madison where a faculty member was beaten by cops. I showed you guys the protest that was at St. Louis University, my alma mater. They're all over the Midwest. Like, what are we talking about? You don't see this type of activity. Why? Do you think these are all just kids like sitting in cornfields, picking their toes? What are we talking about? Jax, thank you for the 15.
Of course, you are seeing some of this on different campuses all across the nation. But is this just a bluff from corporate America? or might they be serious this time? Well, joining me now, Shark Tank judge Kevin O'Leary is also the chairman of O'Leary Ventures. Good to see you, Kevin, as we are watching all of this unfold. And I want to lean into your experience as a longtime businessman. You've hired thousands of people.
Hey, whatever you do, don't Google Kevin O'Leary boat accident
over the course of your career. And I'm really intrigued about what corporate America's response might be. Would an involvement...
Wait, should we not Google it? Should we not Google Kevin O'Leary boat accident? Oh, wait a sec. What's happening here? What's this? What's this? Kevin O'Leary testifies he doesn't recall if wife drank before fatal boat crash. Celebrity businessman Kevin O'Leary testified at his wife's trial on Wednesday, saying he didn't recall if she had consumed alcohol in the hours before a chaotic boat crash that killed 2 people. Linda O'Leary has pleaded not guilty to one charge of careless operation of a vehicle under the Canada Shipping Act. She was driving the boat when it collided with another vessel at 11:30 p.m. on August 24, 2019 on Lake Joseph, north of Toronto. The couple and a family friend were returning to their cottage from a dinner party at another cottage when the crash happened. We just went right into it. It was a huge surprise, Kevin O'Leary testified by Zoom from Los Angeles. He said the other boat was invisible until moments before impact. The ski boat the O'Learys were in was traveling at between 14 and 20 nautical miles per hour at the time, he testified. It's like it had a shroud. Kevin O'Leary said he saw zero light coming from the other vessel until after the collision, when he said the lights turned on and it drove away. Yeah, this is like when you ask Israel to investigate themselves. It's like it had a shroud on it or something, he testified. This is just an opinion, but you would have to work very hard to make a boat that size, that dark. The moments after the crash were chaotic. He testified that both he and his wife called out to the other vessel and did not hear a response. He said his immediate focus in the aftermath was on the other passenger in the family's boat who was bleeding from a head injury. He said he learned at around 2 a.m. from a police officer that a passenger in the other boat had been killed and another seriously injured. Don't forget how much he peddled FTX and its leadership right before they revealed, oh yeah, this guy sucks big time. Big time. The question of, Gary Poltash, 64 of Florida, died that night, and Susanna Brito, 48, from Uxbridge, Ontario, died in hospital a few days later. 3 people were also injured. The question of whether the other boat, a 16-seat Nautic, had its lights on had been a point of contention in the case. Witnesses on the other boat, including the owner, who was charged in the crash with failing to exhibit a navigation light, testified that they remembered some lights being on. Court earlier heard testimony from a police officer who said Linda O'Leary registered an alert range level of blood alcohol on a breath test taken shortly after the crash. Let's see, an alert range level of blood alcohol. Let's get the definition on that. Alert range why are all these I want to know exactly what that okay. Blood alcohol level. I thought I just saw a number. I can't find the if anyone knows what how they define alert range. Between 0.5 and 0.99. Okay. And then it says that she claims the officer said O'Leary told her that was because she asked someone for a drink after the collision. So she's saying that she hadn't drank because she was the DD, but after the collision, she asked someone for a drink, and that's why she registered an alert range blood alcohol level. Okay. Okay, sure. Anyway, Kevin O'Leary told the court he does not recall his wife appearing affected by alcohol in the hours before or after the crash, though there were several hours when he was not with her, including at least an hour after the crash when police were speaking with her alone. Yeah, we just killed someone. Can I get a drink? Yeah, when you've just killed somebody and injured multiple other people and you know the cops are coming, I don't think that your instinct would be to have a drink. But I don't know. I've never done that. I've never killed multiple people and injured multiple people in a boating accident. Wine was served at 2 p.m. lunch and at the dinner party that started after 7 at a friend's cottage across the lake. O'Leary said that he drank alcohol but couldn't remember if Linda did or not. Cocktails were served at dinner. O'Leary said Linda might have consumed one. Also, anybody who knows lake life and people who drive boats, you know that people are always drinking. Being a DD for driving a boat is very rare. Like, people love to drink and drive boats. It's just a common thing. It's almost like when you're not in a car, other forms of transportation are not seen as instances where you shouldn't have any alcohol, like the murders. Yep, the amount of fucking times I've almost been killed by a pontoon while wakeboarding. Yeah, a pontoon of people who've probably had like 18 beers. Being too drunk to drive a boat is can you stand or not? Yeah, it's just a common part of boat culture. Like, being the driver of a boat does not mean that people aren't drinking, just like with cars too, but it's just a more part of boat culture. A lawyer for the prosecution grilled Kevin O'Leary about whether he talked with his son and his friends who witnessed the crash from the family's cottage about what they saw before giving a statement to police the next day. Friends of O'Leary's son told the trial earlier they saw the lights on the other boat turn on only after the crash. The prosecution also pointed out inconsistency in O'Leary's statements to police and to the trial about the speed that the boat was traveling. O'Leary said he was basing his speed assessment on the fact that the boat was planing, but didn't have an exact figure. Anyway, Linda O'Leary was found not guilty in the fatal boat crash. The reason I'm bringing this up though is because Kevin O'Leary, who is just a real piece of shit. Like, that's only one story from Kevin O'Leary's life, but I just love this idea that this guy is going to go on CNN and give his thoughts as to the morality of what these students are doing and as to these students being smart or not about their job prospects. It's like, oh, okay, so would these students, if they had been, let's say, killed people in a boating accident, would then they be able to get jobs at your company? Like, if a student had done what your wife did, and yes, your wife was found not guilty for the deaths and the injuries of multiple people of whom on this boat that they crashed into, these students would be able to be hired for that, no problem. But protesting a genocide, no.
And in protests like these, for example, would it deter you from hiring some young adults from any of these schools?
So I'm agnostic to brands. I would hire from UCLA. I would hire from Columbia. It doesn't matter. The hiring decision is an individual decision. It's an individual basis. And so what I don't think we are talking enough about is a tragedy occurring at the individual level right now. When these protests occurred in the past, and by the way, there have been student protests since America was formed, and we allow free speech, and protests have been part of it. And you think about the 60s and the 70s, Vietnam War, and all of the protests that have occurred. Most of those were shot on 16mm film. The majority, 80–90% of that was high grainy. You can't really get any resolution.
O'Leary has no visibility in Canada. It's a publicity move to try to get his name back into media.
But unfortunately, for these participants in the last few weeks, That's not the case. And let me explain it. It's being shot on 1080p and 4K video, and from surveillance cameras with extremely high resolution in low light conditions, including retinal scanning. This is what's happened with AI. So if you're burning down something or taking a flag down or fighting with police, I'm sorry, you're trashing your personal brand. And let me explain how this works. When I'm hiring...
Oh, trashing your personal brand. This is what these people look at it as, okay? It's like the one, who was that fucking woman who tweeted out that she doesn't understand why students are doing this rather than like wanting to become CEOs. God, what was that tweet? Oh, she deleted it because she was mocked for it. But people like this, the way their brains work is they look at everything as financially what's to my benefit. And that's why a lot of them don't understand these student protesters and think that there's some other, think that these students are just young, or they're just making stupid mistakes because young people make stupid mistakes, or that they're not, they're trying to find some... They're trying to extrapolate another reason for these students doing this other than these students having morals and these students standing on those morals. So him being like, hey, in the 60s, we didn't have the technology that we have now. So you guys are hurting your personal brand. Like, do you think that these students don't know that they're being videoed and that footage is being used to enact consequences on them? Like, do you think that these students go out to these protests thinking they're not risking something? Of course not. Like, anybody who publicly voices support for Palestine is risking something. But we do it anyway because we're standing on business, and that business is our morality. That business is not Shark Tank. Also, they're trying to make a threat about not hiring these students while disguising as simply telling students to be more prudent about their futures. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane that they're just coming out and saying that they're going to discriminate against students who are with the pro-Palestinian cause. Like, that's what they're saying here, essentially.
Somebody, and I'm not different than any other corporation. You just heard from the S&P 500 CEOs. We do what's called a deep dark search. So if you're a candidate in the executive element of a company or any candidate of materiality, you do this. You look at their resume and you say, let's hire a firm. It's about $4,800 per search, and go deep web, go dark web. All of this imagery that you're seeing tonight, all of this unedited film is going to be there in about 2 weeks. So if you're out there right now, even in the dark with no sunglasses on, even though you've got a mask on, I'll see your eyes at 4K resolution. I know who you are.
Okay.
And unfortunately, what's going to occur to these young people have not...
Wow. Who are you, Kevin O'Leary? I'll see your eyes. I'll see your eyes. Great, you're a fucking loser who probably was the one driving the boat anyway that killed those people. Probably wasn't even his wife. Okay, now I'm getting all TMZ, but...
I thought this through. I'll see your resume. You may be a great candidate. Then I'll find that you were doing this
ask him
or
what the
fighting
deep
the police.
Yeah, ask him what the deep web is. What's the deep web? Oh fuck, this got deleted, but yeah. It's the whole college activism is performative and not thoughtful and intentional, because people like Shreya Nevatia cannot understand doing something for non-selfish reasons. She's like, no, everything you do must be for your own benefit. It's like, actually it is. I do this so that I can try and sleep at night, and when I get to the end of my life, I don't lay there on my deathbed going, wow, I was a real piece of shit who didn't do things like oppose a genocide. So yeah, It is for my benefit.
I'll put that resume on the left into the garbage because I know I can find someone else just as good as you, of which there are tens of thousands of candidates, that didn't participate in this.
I'm sorry. I'm just dying laughing. I'm just dying laughing at Kevin O'Leary. Like, the image of him holding up a resume and then going on the deep web and there being a photo of, I don't know, Mark Johnson at a Palestinian protest, and then Kevin O'Leary prints it out on his computer and then has a stamp that says deny and throws it in the trash can. Like, what is does bro think that these college kids are going to stop what they're doing because he's telling them, I can see you in 4K? Great. If I were a college kid and Kevin O'Leary saying that, here, do you see this in 4K? Here, Kevin O'Leary, this is for you.
You are trashing your future. And look, I'm not against you protesting, but you must understand in today's economy.
Wait. You're not against the protest? Why do these fuckers always say this? Why are they always like, look, I'm not against you protesting. I support you protesting. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you do not. I support you protesting, but.
AI technology, you just killed your career. I feel sad for them. I really do.
I want to ask you, I mean, first
I'm
of all,
sad for the people's
it's
families
daunting
who,
and really foreboding the way you describe just how
I'm sad for the families of the people who died in that boat.
accessible the information really could be, and that people's anonymity, when they intend it to be anonymous, is compromised. But there are those who would probably have two reactions. One is, maybe take your job and shove it. The priority is what I believe in terms of what I stand for. That might be one response. The other might be, well, hold on, I'm from a generation, I mean, not me, I'm an 80s baby, but a generation where my whole life has been documented on social media. And so join the club. Add it to all the other things you're likely to find about me. It's unfair that you say you want me to protest and I get held accountable.
Great.
Can either be reconciled?
Exactly.
Well, there's three ways this affects you. Let's take the Google situation. You broke company policy, you got fired, you can sue Google. Good luck with that. You're not hireable anymore.
You're referring to those who engaged
really
in that sit-in, essentially, of employees from Google. There were dozens of them. There were dozens who were fired or placed on administrative leave because they were participating in employee sit-ins inside of some of the offices last month, and they have filed a complaint arguing that they had protected speech and that they were unlawfully fired.
That's called unlawful retribution. Kevin's like, that's how it goes. If you try to stick it to the man at all, I see you in 4K, okay? There's 8 million other people that I can hire.
Fine, you can litigate till the cows come home. You're not going to get hired again. You have to understand you have an employment contract and you breached it. That's number one. Number two, you broke the law. You're caught on a 4K security camera for the rest of your life.
You broke the law.
I'm sorry. You just didn't think it through. And I understand the passion when you're in your early 20s. We're all there. I mean, everybody went through.
If I had $1 for every time this was the 1-2. Look, I support you protesting, okay? But you're stupid and young and you're fucking up your life. It's so condescending. Oh my God. It's embarrassing for people like Kevin O'Leary. I mean, Kevin O'Leary is just embarrassing to begin with. But this idea that it's like I'm older than you, so I'm smarter than you type of mentality, where Kevin thinks that he's got it all figured out. He's Mr. Shark Tank guy, Mr. Business guy, and he's of a certain age. And it's these kids, when they get older, they'll realize their little protests are cute, but that's all it is. And take it from me, you're screwing up your future, because people like me, Kevin O'Leary, we see you in 4K and we're not going to hire you. So it's like, are they screwing up their future because they're screwing up their future? Or are they screwing up their future because you are screwing up their future? Like, there's a difference there. Kevin, people like Kevin are openly saying, we will discriminate against students who protest, even though it's very cute. We support your right to protest, but we will discriminate against you. Why do people who are lucky in one field, usually finance, think they got to chime in on everything? Finance people think, and not all finance people, the finance bro believes that he is of a special breed. I met many a finance bro and bro-ess when I was working in nightclubs, and they were some of the most insufferable people that I had ever had the pleasure of entertaining. I'm older than this generation. I'm incredibly proud of what they're doing. I wasn't sure there was hope, but I feel there's hope because of these kids. Exactly. I'm only, 10 years older than 10, 12, 13 years older than some of these kids. And I feel so proud of them. And I know that if I were 60 years old, that who I am, I would be proud of them as well. And Kevin O'Leary is not a guy who these kids will ever give a shit about. And so him having this nice little segment on CNN, to be fair, I do think that Laura Coates has been pushing back on him, but him having this self-important moment on CNN only reveals what an individualistic piece of shit he is. And this mentality of you should only do things in life to benefit yourself is one that a lot of young people are rejecting, and they are amazing for that. They are refusing to have that mindset. They are refusing to look at the world and go, me, myself, and I am only going to do things that about me. Because if that were the case, then they would not speak up for Palestine. People who speak up for Palestine are doing so knowing that there are consequences to be had for that. But they are trying to change the world, and you cannot change the world when your mentality is me, myself, and I. You cannot have progress when all you do is think about, wow, is Kevin O'Leary gonna hire me or not? Like, sorry, our generation isn't selfish enough. They spent so long saying we're too selfish. Exactly. These are the same like avocado toast means you can't buy a house losers who think that Generation Z is the most narcissistic, selfish generation. And yet here they are being like, oh, you're throwing away your future. Gonna be real, I wouldn't want to work for Kevin O'Leary. I wouldn't want to work for Kevin O'Leary, and I wouldn't want to be on the same lake as Kevin O'Leary, okay? Because those of you who are just getting here, I started off the segment by pulling up a case from 2019 where Kevin O'Leary and his wife had been drinking. Excuse me, his wife. It's not confirmed. Kevin O'Leary doesn't remember if his wife had been drinking, even though she registered an alert level of blood alcohol level. And they crashed the boat into another boat that Kevin O'Leary claims just was invisible. And 2 people died and multiple people were injured. And here he is 5 years later. His wife got off scot-free, lecturing young people about being about the type of people that Kevin O'Leary likes to hire and the type of people that he doesn't. And how if you protest right now, you're hurting your future. But guess what? I bet if you were to kill somebody in a boat, Kevin O'Leary would hire you. If you were like, hey, Kevin O'Leary. Also, he has one of those names that you just say first and last name. But if you were like, hey, Kevin O'Leary, I didn't go to the Palestinian protest because fuck those people, but I did drive a boat into another boat, killing multiple people. And he'd go, you're hired. His wife took the rap for him, guaranteed. So usually I don't like to do sensationalist type stuff, but I agree. I bet you old Kevin O'Leary was the one who actually had been driving the boat. Ahem. All for ourselves and nothing for other people seems in every age of the world to have been the vile maxim of the masters of mankind. Yeah. Because people in power, to maintain power, have that mentality where they will never do anything to benefit others. If it does not benefit themselves, then everyone else can get lost. Same as Caitlyn Jenner. Yeah, a lot of people were bringing that up when Caitlyn Jenner was tweeting good riddance about O.J. Simpson. Because that's the thing. When you are a piece of shit and you've done something like kill a person, accident or not, that is always going to follow you around. People will always be like, oh, this you? This you? Just as a reminder of this you? Oh, you decided that you're going to be a total piece of shit once again? Okay, then we're just going to remind once again, this you. I worked for Kevin O'Leary a few years ago when I worked for a Kevin O'Leary a few years ago when the pandemic hit and I was laid off. He refused to pay my unemployment because I didn't qualify for it. Lost that shit when it inevitably went through the system. God damn. Yeah, there's a lot of Kevin O'Learys out there. And they're all part of a little club. Not all finance bros. Incredible protest signs happening at Fordham. Finance bros for Palestine. See, that's why I said not all finance bros. Finance bros for Palestine. I love the idea that just some student protester wrote that sign because they know how funny it is. Finance bros for Palestine. That's so good.
Through this. In college, you have
we're almost
passion.
done with
I think
this.
it's great. But you got to think about your
God, he keeps saying that. He keeps being like, oh, it's great. You're in college. You're passionate. You know, you're young, but
future when you're starting a family. Today, all of these people, tens of thousands.
Oh, you know who had started a family? The people in the boat who died after your wife, aka you, drove into them.
Thousands of them won't know why they didn't get that job, won't know why they can't join a board, or they couldn't get a loan, or they couldn't join a non-profit. It's because of what you did in the last 48 hours. I'm really sorry for them.
They don't need your pity.
I teach at colleges and universities, and I tell these young students,
they don't need it.
We're in a new era of AI, high-resolution imagery.
Web.
It's
but
just,
is it
what
fair?
it is.
I mean, I wonder what your opinion of it is. I mean, I know you've
Velo,
expressed.
thank you for the 2 months, and Gina Gunn,
feeling
thank you for
sorry
the
them,
2 months.
But might that translate to okay? And I'm not talking about people who have committed heinous acts and in the course of things, but there has been even a push for people who are returning citizens who have had felonies, and there was a push under the Obama administration not to have to check a box every time you were trying to return to society, having been promised an opportunity once rehabilitation occurs and all those and deterrence and punishment, that something will consistently hang over.
Kevin's like, these protests are heinous acts. Like, his argument is they should just accept fashion. He's like, Laura, I don't understand. Why are you differentiating? These are heinous acts. Yeah, you know what's also a heinous act? Boat murder. Mm-hmm. Yeah. This you?
Over your head for the rest of your life. Might the sorrow you feel translate to a second opportunity to go beyond what has taken place in the last 48 hours or weeks?
I wish I could kumbaya with you on this. I really do.
No
But
s'mores and roasted
unfortunately-
marshmallows for you and I, obviously.
His whole thing is just him going, that's a nice future you have. Would be a shame if something happened to it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He keeps being like, oh, these protesters have really screwed themselves because I want to screw them over because I, Kevin O'Leary, utilizing the dark web, can see them in 4K.
No, I'm sorry. Life is hard, then you die. So you really have to think about the decisions you make. And I urge you, then you
die, obviously.
Wait!
No, I'm sorry. Life is hard, then you die.
Yeah, life is hard, then you die, but it's certainly sped up when Kevin O'Leary and his wife ram their boat into you. Life is hard, then you die. This is the most Wall Street ass mentality. This is the most like I was born in the 40s. Actually, he's not that old. He was probably born in the 60s. This bald motherfucker. MJ, thank you for the 12 months. Resident Elias, thank you for the prime. Life is hard, then you die. Okay. Well, that is certainly one way of looking at life. Life is hard and then you die. But why is life is hard, then you die mean that you can't or shouldn't do all that is possible to try and alleviate some of that life is hard, life is suffering for your fellow human beings when that suffering is being caused by other human beings? So in the case of Palestine, life is hard, but life could be less hard. They could just deal with like the normal life is hard things, not the we are subjected to an apartheid regime that is ethnically cleansing and genociding us. Like life don't have to be that kind of hard. And we as human beings, seeing our fellow human beings go through that, should want to take that suffering away from them. Yeah, life is hard and I'm here to make it harder. Kevin O'Leary. Seriously. I've had so many adults tell me over the years, oh, you'll stop thinking like that when you hit X age and start paying your own taxes. Well, the funny thing is I'm at a certain age now. I pay my own taxes. I have a kid, another on the way. See clearly how completely screwed up everything in the world is and how it's getting worse every day. I still think the way I do. When does that change? Also, it's funny, like, you'll stop thinking like that when you hit X age and start paying your own taxes. Why would I stop thinking like that when now I'm paying money that funds shit like genocide and doesn't fund shit like healthcare? I actually am angrier now that I'm paying all this money in taxes, and this is how it's divided up. Like, what? That don't make no sense. Life is hard, then you die is an adaptation of Life's a Bitch, then you die. That was a military cop culture sentiment from the 70s and 80s. Both my pig stepfather and Marine Corps drill instructor's step-grandfather, sheesh, used to say this shit all the time. Life's a bitch, then you die. Yeah. It's not a mentality that I maintain. And I also think it's used by people to justify their lack of empathy for others and their lack of desiring change. Because it's like, life's a bitch. What am I going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Look, if you are if you are somebody who is not at all interested in being a part of anything to try and change things in the world, the least that you can do is not try and devalue others who don't think the way that you do. So don't be a Kevin O'Leary. But if you are a Kevin O'Leary, where you look at life as life is hard and then you die, okay, but don't yuck someone's yum who doesn't think that way. Don't try and step on, don't try and step on someone and crush them so that they also take on this brutalist mindset that you have, this everybody for themselves mindset.
So you really have to think about the decisions you make. And I urge young people today to understand the world they live in.
Thank you for the 15 months.
There are hundreds of thousands of people competing for great jobs. And the minute you put yourself in this precarious position...
Christian, thank you for the 2 months. I'm from St. Louis. If you can make it to the protest at Forest Park tomorrow, we'd love to see you. Ooh. Can you put the deets in chat?
Filmed in AI, 4K, 1080p, forever, for the rest of your life.
Here he goes again.
And the minute you put yourself in this precarious position where you're filmed in AI, 4K, 1080p, forever,
Kevin sees you
for
in
the rest
4K.
of your life.
Don't
you're
forget.
Tainted. I'm sorry. I actually
Deep web.
I feel the weight. I feel so bad for these people. They have no idea what they're doing to their future.
You guys, I know I'm not a tech girly. What's AI 4K 1080p? Are those just like stringing together words? Is that a thing? AI 4K 1080p? Because that kind of sounds like something I would say to pretend like I knew what I was talking about. I'm gonna say that. Yeah, there's all this AI 4K 1080p. What am I supposed to do about it? Yeah. All this AI 4K 1080p. You literally cannot be caught in AI. Caught in AI. Holy shit. God, Kevin has given us some really good lines here. Literally nothing he's saying is real. He's just describing sci-fi movie shit. AI 4K 1080p. 4K and 1080 are the same metric, and 4K is better than 1080p. AI 4K 1080p is why your alerts are broken. I see. It all makes sense.
Painting their personal brands forever.
But let me tell you what your colleague...
And I'm not against their passion.
I hear you, but I want you to read you. I know we have limited time, but I just wanted to read you a statement that your former fellow Shark Tank
their passion. I'm not against your passion, but I will AI 4K 1080p you to destroy your life.
Mark Cuban actually provided to our show. He said, "Business is like Dory. It quickly forgets what is inconvenient." This suggests, in some respects, that there's more or less some bluster, and that if a business wanted to overlook something for its own corporate benefit or otherwise, if they wanted to lean into a movement or lean away from
Love that she quoted Mark Cuban to Kevin O'Leary, because Kevin O'Leary has been a guest on Shark Tank before. She's like, by the way, the Shark Tank, Mr. John Shark Tank, has this to say.
Movement. It's kind of their Bobby Brown prerogative. What's your reaction? By the way, Bobby Brown was a great R&B singer from the 90s.
I love this, and Mark can hire them all. It's just fantastic, because I won't be hiring any of them.
What a fucking dude.
Really? Okay. Well, it's interesting to hear your perspective, and I think it's one that we have not heard as a different way to approach the consequences of what has happened. I do wonder, though, in the grand scheme of things, those who are as impassioned as we have obviously seen, and I'm not going to comment at the moment on the nature of where that passion's directed, whether they're thinking in the way that you are describing and thinking as a potential employer. Kevin O'Leary, nice to talk to you. Oh, go ahead. I knew you were going to last words. I knew it.
No, listen. Tonight, let's kumbaya. Let's be proud of these people and their passions. You hire them. I won't. Thank you.
Why does he keep saying this? Okay, those of you who watched the whole video, and I know I paused multiple times, and one of those times that I paused was to go read the reporting about Kevin O'Leary and his wife who were in the boat that then they crashed into another boat and killed multiple people and injured multiple people. Remember that? How many fucking times did Kevin O'Leary say, love their passion? Oh, yeah, support their passion. Like, I'm not against them protesting. And then would be like, but I will never hire them and I see them in AI 4K 1080p. Like, he said that. This is a 10-minute segment. He said the same thing at least 6 times. The same 1-2 of that. Never forget him bombing on Jeopardy. Remember when Kevin O'Leary totally tanked on Jeopardy? Oh my God, I didn't even know about this. Okay, let's see.
This is Celebrity Jeopardy! Please welcome our special guest, Kevin O'Leary.
Covering barely 100 acres, it's the smallest country in Europe. Kevin.
What is Liechtenstein?
No. A bummer man, or an aerodynamic force opposing an aircraft's motion through the air.
I have to say, I love how quickly he answered that, though. Like, Kevin is a guy who does not doubt himself.
Kevin.
What is a wing?
Nope. Willard Libby won a 1960 Nobel Prize for developing the use of this number isotope of carbon to gauge the age of fossils. Kevin.
What is carbon aging?
No. In March 2015, the Dawn spacecraft began orbiting this object in the asteroid belt, the first dwarf planet ever visited. Kevin.
What is Pluto?
No. Bruce Springsteen. Oh, brother, are you going to leave me wasting away on the streets of this city? Kevin.
What is New Jersey?
Oh, no. Aaron.
What is Philadelphia?
That's the...
Oh my God, I'm dying. I'm fucking dying. He's losing to Aaron Rodgers. He's losing to Aaron Rodgers. And if you look at the scores on all these questions, the other two are in the positive, and Kevin is just negative.
City, yes. In our celebrity games, if I'm correct, nobody goes into Final Jeopardy.
That's very good news.
In the red. We give you $1,000. So you'll be around to consider your
Ain't no
wager.
way.
And this Final
No, ain't no way. They gave him $1,000. They were like, yeah, so no one's ever been in the red when we get here, so we're gonna give you some pity money.
Subject. Business.
That's socialism.
Hello. These two American businessmen are seen here in early 20th century photos. 30 seconds, players. Good luck.
So Kevin, you're stupid,
All right,
but very
Kevin
confident.
O'Leary, we come to you first. You were in third place with $1,000, and your response was, who are the right...
Good evening, Ms. Kwan. I'm a lawyer representing Mr. O'Leary. Please cease and desist bringing up the tragic accident Mr. O'Leary and his wife endured. I have you on AI 4K 1080p making multiple defamatory statements. If this behavior continues, we will be forced to pursue legal action. Okay, yes, lawyer chatter. As I said earlier, I have something else for Kevin to see on AI 4K 1080p. Here it is. Here it is for Mr. Kevin O'Leary. AI 4K 1080p. You can't miss it. You can't miss it.
Wright brothers.
If I keep this up,
Thinking of
Kevin
your
O'Leary will
bicycle
never
shop,
hire me.
perhaps. No, sorry. That won't do it for you. You lose everything. You drop to zero. Let's
You're a
go.
bad man, Alex.
I know.
God, that was so fucking funny. Wait, I wanted to see who Christian. You were the one who put. Yeah, let me look up your comment. Okay, about the protest tomorrow at SLU. It's at 5 p.m. at the corner of King and Lindell, which is close to West where Professor No got brutal. Fuck, I will be at my friend's wedding. At that time, I will be in a church. Praying. At 5 o'clock, I'll be praying. But if there is something else happening on Saturday, please tweet at me. Tweet at me or put it in the Discord or try and bring it to my attention. I'd like to try and go if I can, but I'm also going to St. Louis specifically for a wedding that is happening tomorrow, and I'm leaving for the airport at 4 a.m. Oh my God. Is it a Catholic wedding? I think so. My friend's not Catholic, but it's one of those things. It's one of those Midwest things where you get married in a Catholic church because you were raised Catholic and because your parents are still Catholic and they insist on it. So, a lot of my friends have done the whole Catholic church wedding thing. I'm like, but you're not a practicing Catholic. I don't know. What am I? What? Yeah, it's always about the parents. I gotta say, I think one bonus of paying for your own wedding, if you can, is that you are not beholden to parents who are paying for your wedding and therefore dictate like you getting married in a Catholic church or you inviting 20 of their decrepit great aunts and uncles. Yeah. A friend of mine, did I tell you guys this story? A friend of mine whose parents are extremely Catholic, so Catholic, paid for this big old wedding. And the mom is really weird and has always been obsessed with her daughter in a way that's very strange. Like her daughter was almost a doll for her, and she kind of lived out her fantasies and her life through her doll of a daughter. And her daughter, on the night that she gets married, has her first dance song, of course, with her new hubby. And then they do like the daddy-daughter dance, the son mother dance, like the groom dances with his mother, and then the dances are over. And after that, weddings differ in traditions, but usually like cake cut, dances, and then you're usually eating dinner, and then usually like the dance floor opens up for the whole party to dance. So what happened was after the traditional dances, the floor opens up, the groom walks away to go to the bar to have a drink. The dance is over. And suddenly the DJ goes, actually, I'm not going to say the groom's name. Let's call him Johnny. Johnny, I need you to come back to the dance floor. And Johnny's like, turns around and goes, what the hell? Did I miss this in the rehearsal? He's like, yeah, Mrs. Smith, let's call her. Mrs. Smith has a little surprise. And this is my friend's mom. And she looks at him and goes like this. And we're all sitting there and I'm like, oh my God, this is going to be so weird, but I'm eating this up. She does this and he walks towards her. And it was a surprise dance. And the song that she picked was a reggae version of Falling in Love with You. And she danced with her new son-in-law. And it was so fucking weird. And even the DJ insinuated how weird it was and how she like was so insistent on this being the song. And on can you play the song? I don't know if I can find, let me see. I don't know if this was exactly it. This is the mother-in-law. Just remember that. We were all like, what is happening? And that morning I found out that in my friend's hotel room where she was, you know, like brides will have their hotel room set up and that's where they get ready. The mom had gotten there early and set up all these photos of her when she got married. They were literally pictures of her in her wedding dress. Did you ever learn what the bride thought of this? My friend has always just been very like, yeah, my mom's kind of a lot. She's never been someone who's stood up to her mother and her mother's insanity. She's a pushover, and I could see her just like anyway, all right, you guys get the idea with the song. It's really weird. It's really weird. She kind of seems to just dissociate when it comes to her mother, which I don't blame her, but yeah, so that's why did I start telling that story? Oh yeah, weddings, Catholic moms. So tomorrow, I think the ceremony's in a Catholic church. I haven't been in one of those for a long time. If you're coming through the Lambert Airport, please give yourself some time. That place is always under construction. Oh, it's like LAX. How fun. Anyway, it's also, I'm not used to weddings on Fridays. You guys like Friday weddings? I'm a big Saturday wedding person, but I get it because wedding on a Friday then means it's over, and then Saturday, now I can hang out with everyone who's here. They're super trendy now. I have noticed more Friday weddings. I tweeted you with an action Saturday. I'm Christian Intifada. Sweet, thank you. Yeah, I kind of feel as if because there's plans all day Saturday, but I'm meeting with a friend of mine for brunch on Saturday she's a writer, and she's the one, do you guys remember when do you remember when I had that Palestinian American journalist Sarah Aziza on stream, and I had a conversation with her? I met her through this friend of mine, one of my best friends. We did theater together in college. So I'm meeting up with her on Saturday, and she was like, I'm down to try and go to protest with you if you want to. I I was like, I do want to, but I also feel as if people are gonna be like, Quan isn't here doing activities with the bride because she's at a protest. And I'll be like, yes, I'm doing a protest world tour. Yeah, I just like, I don't have a lot of, I don't know why, just don't look fondly back on St. Louis. I just never connected with St. Louis. So I'm not excited to be in St. Louis. I'm excited for my friend to get married, of course. Like, I'm happy for her. But it's not as if like St. Louis, the city, excites me. And so going to a protest, though, is something that I would be like, hell yeah, let's do it. That arch, though. Wait, do people call you by your last name? Oh, is that what I said? Yeah, my college friends all call me by my last name. STL slander. Look, there are great parts of St. Louis. I don't know. I just never connected with the city, I felt. I think it's probably because in my mind I was like, I just want to be in LA or just want to be in New York. So I think for a long time I kind of resented being in LA. So it's probably not fair the way I look back on that city, but yeah. You don't connect it, you trauma bond with the people in it. Yeah. Boy. Question about attending protests. This might sound really stupid, but is it bad if I Uber to one? No, you should. I don't drive in transit near me. Isn't very reliable, but for some reason I feel weird taking. No, don't feel weird about that. I would certainly recommend Ubering over trying to drive. Have you read the Akatar series? Is it anime? I'm not a real deep anime head. Oh, wait. Akatar is in A Court of Thorns and Roses. I haven't, but I've always wanted to read. Every time I go to Barnes & Noble, because Will always wants to go into the manga section, I see these books. And I'm like, this looks really good. It's no problem if you can't make it, just give me the deeds. No. I know you're just giving the deeds. It's me and my brain being like, I really want to go, but I also probably got to go do wedding things. Were you thinking of Avatar? I don't know. It sounded anime-ish. The author's a massive Zionist? God damn it. You can't win with anything. All right. I kind of want to cover this book talk drama.
What really gags me?
Let me think. Okay, I'm at 346. I think we're gonna do this. Is this the video about the book talk drama? Don't want to watch without chat.
What really gags me is
yes.
that they just showed their.
This is what I have had pulled up for like the past week. So this is with Cindy. We watched her video on Kate Corain. Remember the Kate Corain book talk drama? Anyway, Cindy's really funny and she does a really good job at covering all book talk drama. And so this one is about Freydis Moon, which I'm really excited to get the tea on this. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and then we'll cover this. Where'd Farley go? Oh, he's right there. Oh. Here, I'll do a Farley cam. To TT boy. To TT boy Farley cam. All right. Found you from Hassan. You're awesome. Thanks. You found me through Hassan Minaj. Yeah, he's pretty cool. Andy Ngo's site was just hacked. You have to see this. Or from Medhi Hassan. The Post Millennial appears to have been hacked and its homepage has been replaced with this note. Dear readers of the Post Millennial, I'm writing to you today to share something deeply personal and important to me. Okay, for those of you who don't know Andy Ngo, he is a, how do I even describe this, fascist piece of shit. The Asian community does not claim him. He belongs in a dumpster. For many years, I've felt a sense of disconnect between the gender I was assigned at birth and the one that I truly am. After much soul searching, I have come to the realization I'm a trans individual. He's also done so much harm to the LGBTQ community. I mean, he's just the fucking worst. I'd like to officially introduce myself as Angelina Ngo, a woman. This decision has not been easy. I understand it may come as a surprise to some of you. However, I have spent countless hours reflecting on my identity, and this is the path that I feel is true to myself. How do you hack a website? As I begin this journey, I also want to take this opportunity to sincerely apologize to the LGBTQ community for any pain or harm my previous actions or words may have caused. I acknowledge that my past behavior has not always been supportive or understanding, and for that, I am truly sorry. I have come to understand the importance of empathy, acceptance, and love for all individuals, regardless of their gender identity or sexual orientation. I am committed to using my platform to advocate for the rights and well-being of the LGBTQ community and be a more compassionate and supportive ally in the future. I ask for your support, understanding, and patience as I embark on this new chapter of my life. I know that this may be difficult for some of you, but I hope that you can find it within yourselves to accept and love me for who I truly am. Thank you for taking the time to read this, and I look forward to sharing my life with you as Angelina Ngo, a woman and an ally to the LGBTQ community, with love, humility, and a commitment to growth. Angelina Andy Ngo. P.S. I'm also sharing with you all of our mailing lists, our subscriber database, and the personal details of all our writers and editors. There's no way. This is Ari Drennan who posted this. Okay. No fucking way. Wait, let me go to the website. The Post Millennial. Look, you can see though. You can see right in here. Site under maintenance. Sorry for any inconvenience. An inconvenience is spelled wrong because they were in such a hurry. They were in such a hurry to hide this. Trans hackers, man. Holy shit. Mr. Fancy Pants, thank you for the 6 months. Oh my God. Oh my God. So this was posted at 9:03. That's when Ari Drennan reported on this. It's 9:41. So they took it down. Wow. Wow. You know what? I wonder if they actually leaked all of this. It's saved? Holy shit. I'm just clicking things now because I'm a boomer. I mean, it looks like you can click the links, but how do I? It's archived. Yeah, it's actually archived for. Oh. Oh, it's a compressed file. I see. Wow. Yeah, I probably shouldn't click on anything else, but anyway. What a hack. What a hack. People would have to archive the links for the archive to pull it up. Okay. There are 450.gov subscribers. How did you see that on the link that the person sent? There are 450.gov subscribers. Shut the fuck up. You saw that on a different tweet? Oh my God. Well, that's depressing. Yeah, aware we are a fascist state. Yeah, that is horrifying. Oh my God. He's been doing Zionist of course. No, Andy Ngo. Andy Ngo is a dangerous fascist. He's not just a guy who tweets out some dumb shit. New York Times best-selling journalist. Just goes to show anyone can be a New York Times best-selling journalist. Update, we can now... Oh, wait, no, he hasn't tweeted anything about it. Never understood the name. Was it supposed to be a diss at all millennials? The post-millennial? I actually don't know. Andy Ngo deserves every concrete milkshake thrown in his stupid fucking face. Yeah, I can't say the things that I think should happen to him, so just redacted. I view that as... Literally, the guy at work had to admit he works with Jackson Hinkle and other people he named who are known Kiwi Farms people. Yeah, just redacted. Smiling through my teeth. Redacted. That's what I think. It's a postmodernism reference, which is a dog whistle for what Hitler believed called cultural Bolshevism, is my guess. Wow. What a guess there. I mean, I'm inclined to believe that that's what it is because Andy Ngo is a fascist. Postmillennial's Twitter account is locked. You know what? Anything that just adds a little bit of stress to this piece of shit's life, I'm all about it. I am all about it because this man should not know peace. Is he gay? Why does he have the pride flag? No, it's I think it's him trolling. Wait, he is gay? No, he's not. He's gay? Wait. Andy Ngo is gay. Andy Ngo he came out as gay. Classic. Absolutely classic. Being anti-LGBTQ and being G. Oh my God. Yeah, remember this famous moment when he was attacked with a milkshake? That's where that comes from. He's a gay Asian Nazi fuck. Yeah, so the gays don't claim him, Asians don't claim him. Nobody claims him except for that milkshake. That milkshake is the only one that claims him. Ngo is gay and considers himself to be politically center-right. In 2021, the Oregonian reported that he relocated to London, citing concerns for his personal safety. He's like, I'm concerned someone's going to throw another milkshake at me, so I'm moving to London. Hold on one sec. Alrighty, let's take a look. Let's do our book talk drama. He started out as writing anti-Muslim articles as an edgy atheist. He's done it all. Andy Ngo he has really done it all. Okay, so let me give you guys a brief overview on the tea that we're about to get into. Okay, are we ready? So here's a history of the scandal. In June 2020, an author known as Taylor B. Barton came onto the queer fantasy and sci-fi scene. 2 of their books were published, The Ninth Life and Full Moon in Leo. However, they were soon accused of racist bullying by their fellow authors. God, the racism in the literary community is mind-blowing. It's like there's just always racist bullying happening. Self-identifying as trans, Barton then took up another pen name, Brooklyn Ray, and offered an apology. Barton later became defensive after they were dropped by their publisher and agent, and both books were quietly shuffled out of print. The following year, a new author, Jupiter Wise, appeared on the literary scene. They frequently alluded to their Latinx roots, identifying themselves as QTPOC, queer trans person of color. However, internet sleuthing, all done by an anonymous ex-user, noticed that Barton and Wise used similar Christmas trees, cats, and zodiac signs in their images, revealing that Wise was actually a creation of Barton, who is white. Subsequently, Wise was dropped by their agent in a public expose for misrepresenting their racial identity and publishing history. Then, in 2022, Freitas Moon emerged into the queer erotic horror spotlight, publishing their first 2 books in the Gideon Testament series. As they prepared for the release of their next book in the series, a beta reader noticed in the drafts that Moon had sent that they resembled pages from an old Wise draft. Ella Porter compiled the evidence together to substantiate the claim that Moon is the disgraced Taylor B. Barton who went by a number of other pen names. The other pen names it's currently believed that Freitas has used include Taylor Barton, Taylor Brooke, Brooklyn Ray, Jupiter Wise, Hunter Taylor, Bailey Green, Cordy/Cordelia Lynn, Saint Harlow, and Hunter Llewellyn. What are these fucking names? Freitas' former literary agent confirmed that Freitas operated under various aliases and worked with multiple literary agents under different ethnicities. Ah! Holy shit. Okay, that's a good enough overview. Let's watch with Cindy. Give us all the deets.
brown skin tone emoji. Like, is that emoji? What really gags me is that they just showed their hand in the background right there while using a brown skin tone emoji. Like, is that emoji supposed to represent your hands? Because it's actually a closer match to your cat.
Am I a gamer? Hell yeah, I am.
Picture
What's
this.
up, gamers?
It's 420 and I'm a scumbag stoner celebrating this sacred holiday. I end up passing out for 24 hours. When I finally come to consciousness the next day, I open my phone to a wall of voice memos from my friend ranting about the latest person exposed on book Twitter. I'm like, bro, I'm barely sober right now. Who are all these people? The basic rundown that I have learned is that there is a white author who has been pretending to be a person of color and created multiple fake accounts and fake friendships with other authors and reviewers for over 5 years. And no, it's not Kate Corain this time.
What is up? What is up with these crazy ass white authors? Truly, it's like they're doing better fictional work in their real lives than they're doing in their books. Like, I thought Kate Corain was the tippity top of this mountain. There is so much.
The different names of this person include Taylor Barden, Taylor Brooke, Brooklyn Ray, Jupiter Wise, Stacey Anthony, Hunter Taylor, Hunter Llewellyn, Cordelia Lynn, Bailey Green, Saint Harlow, and Freydis Moon. You know that scene in the Into the Spider-Verse movie where Spider-Man just walks into a room full of other Spider-Man? That's the vibe that this list gives off.
And I'm sorry, but those sound like white ass names, okay? Those sound like the Lakin, Blaken type of names.
I cross paths with this person because I'm not really active on Twitter besides just logging in for a few minutes and then bouncing off. So if you are also new to this, you and I will be on this journey together. So the latest iteration of this constantly evolving person is Freydis Moon. They present themselves as a trans non-binary Latinx person. And before you come for me for saying Latinx, I'm asking you to put your hands away from the keyboard because people always argue in my comments that Latinx is not a real term. I'm gonna save you time and energy by reminding you that every time I say the term Latinx, that's because the person that I'm talking about referred to themselves as Latinx. I'm just going by what their label is. If you have a problem with that, go take it up with them before derailing my video in the comments because this is not the takeaway here. Anyway, Freydis Moon's books include The Gideon Testaments, Exodus 23, and With a Vengeance. I believe they're an indie author, but their previous personas have been traditionally published. So one would question that maybe they're indie now, not due to choice, but probably because they got blacklisted a couple years ago. What opened the floodgates for this particular persona to be exposed among the history that they had for previous exposure was when this writer and someone who used to be a friend of theirs named L. Porter posted a thread on Twitter while I was high and conked out and I missed the entire thing, but I am now catching up and I will link to the thread in my description. But they basically put together evidence that links Freydis Moon to Taylor Barden, Taylor Brooke, and Jupiter Wise. Now you may be wondering, who the hell are all these people? This is also where I'm going to link an article back in 2021 that details how Taylor Barden was accused of racism and bullying back in 2020. They then rebranded themselves as a Latinx author named Jupiter Wise. Again, they call themselves Latinx, so don't come for me. Don't annoy the messenger, okay? This is not my discourse to be a part of. What I will share is the highlights from this article just to bring you up to speed, but be warned that as we dive further into this rabbit hole, your panties are gonna be in a twist for how long this has been going on. Fortunately, my panties are never in a twist, thanks to today's sponsor, Parade. The only thing smoother than my ad transitions are my underwear and bra. I've been wearing their stuff for almost half a year now, and I
10 out of 10.
so much more than the other brands that I've worn before, especially when it comes to bras. I typically never wear bras because I hate how the wires dig into my skin. But a lot of the stuff that Parade has
The fucking Rosary, are you serious? I love how
this green bra just because I really like the color. And
I love how
these straps are
my
really great
Latin
because
community
you can
members
adjust
were
them.
about
They
to
don't
come for
dig into
her
your
until she
skin.
was like,
They're
"Don't come for
unlined,
me."
So it's a lot more comfortable, and the fabric is
How is
stretchy, so I
Cindy
don't feel like
on
I'm
Book
strangled
Talk?
when I
She
wear a
does
bra
seem
now. I
too
also got
normal.
this vintage high-rise braid.
She always gives off the vibes of like, what the fuck am I doing here? Who are these people that I'm in the same industry as?
You should definitely check out
But you know what? It's actually, it's given her great content for a really successful YouTube channel.
Saw that a lot of these designs are running out, and now let's get back to the video. All right, so let me
Because
read
she's
out
a
the
stoner.
highlights from the article. First, we got to go all the way back with the first alias that we know of for this person named Taylor B. Barden. They are the trans author of The Ninth Life and other books with queer and fantasy themes. They also wrote and published several sci-fi books using their middle name Taylor Brooke, but under the name Brooklyn Ray, they also published queer paranormal romance and erotica. So there's 3 different names here: Taylor B. Barden, Taylor Brooke, and Brooklyn Ray. These are all the same person, just writing under under different pen names. Now, this is pretty normal.
BookTok is wild like that. If this is your first foray into BookTok drama, welcome. I have now started to cover as much BookTok drama as I can. There seems to be new insane BookTok drama every other week. It blows my mind. I was not introduced to BookTok drama until the Kate Corain scandal, which is fucking insane, and I covered it for 2 hours on an old VOD. But ever since then, I'm tuned in. I'm locked in
when it comes to authors just writing under different names, because a lot of times if an author is interested in writing different genres, then they might have a specific pen name for that specific genre. So there's nothing wrong with Taylor having a bunch of pen names. What became more concerning is in June of 2020, Taylor had a bunch of accusations against them where multiple people on Twitter came forward to share their personal experiences of being bullied or mistreated by them. Several people said that Taylor had said or did things that made them feel persecuted because of their race or gender identity. The article doesn't show any specific allegations when this came out. However, I am inclined to believe this just because of the multiple people that talked about this and everything else that you'll see in the timeline moving forward. And as well, during the time when they faced a bunch of accusations, they came forward with an apology. And most of the time, you don't really apologize for being racist unless you were actually racist. So this is their apology that they posted. I've made mistakes. I'm listening. I'm learning, growing, and taking steps to interrogate my own internalized racism. This part here is kind of weird because internalized racism implies that you are a person of color that's racist against your own race, and that's something that you internalize. But at the time that they posted this apology, they were a random white person. So I think this was just like a misuse.
My internalized racism.
Use of words here, but maybe they were like, you know what, I should run along with this idea. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Anger has always been my shield, but vulnerability is the only way I will ever learn to grow. The conversations surrounding me, my actions, the hurt I've caused, and my missteps is important and necessary. Transparency in this industry about pain, abuse, and racism is desperately needed, and I'm thankful for the chance to become a better ally and author. I'm actively reaching out to those I've hurt with apologies, but I know that isn't enough. The only way I can make this right is by stepping back, listening to critique from my community, and doing the work to become a better person. Apologies are hollow, but I intend to make good on this. As a start, I've made a one-time $500 donation to the Trevor Project. To follow, all future royalties I earn off sales of The Ninth Life will be donated to the Trevor Project as well. To those I've hurt, I'm so sorry. I hope I can make this right somehow. As many people of their demographic before their time, they issue an apology as well as take a break from social media, or so we think. The weird thing to me was that they donated to the Trevor Project, which is an LGBT plus charity, when their accusations were about racism, especially towards Black people. Meanwhile, the Trevor Project isn't Black owned. So again,
I didn't even think about that. They're just like, oh, it's all the same. They can't even, you know what it is? I wonder how long the grift had been going before that, where they couldn't keep track of like, wait, what grift am I running now? Okay, am I trans and what race am I again? Fuck. Okay, I'll just give to the Trevor Project.
Kind of like a random donation to make, but because of everything that went down, their agent dropped them and their publishers dropped them. This is, again, more damning evidence that the accusations against them were correct, considering that professional publishers had dropped them. And if you know anything about the publishing industry,
AI 4K
usually
1080p.
they're very, lax about this kind of stuff. So after receiving negative reactions to their apology post and getting dropped by publishers and their agent, they went to their alternate Twitter account under the name Brooklyn Ray, and this is where they basically had a meltdown,
the whitest
and
white girl
complained about what was going on. They called out other trans authors that they claimed to have engaged and encouraged their bullying behaviors, including Aiden Thomas, who will be referenced later on. And it turns out that they didn't actually mean their apology, because they said, I apologized, 1, because my team asked me to, and 2, because I wanted to move on and make amends since there was obviously hurt feelings. But hurt feelings is not abuse. Discomfort is not abuse. Stop watering the word down. They continue to lash out against other people who are in their replies being like, why are you doing this? No one is supporting you. And they say, that's fine. I don't give a fuck about support. I give a fuck about every single person who claimed I was a toxic abuser being held accountable for their own toxic abuse. They also tried to appeal to sympathy by implying that the loss of their career would affect their health and well-being. They said, I'm just trying to pay my bills. I'm just trying to save the substantial income I just lost so I can stay in my apartment, feed my pets, pay for my medication, and survive. I'm not asking for anyone to support me, but goddamn, please just leave me alone. If you don't like me, if you don't support me, don't follow my social media and don't buy my book. Block me, mute me, don't seek me out. I have literally nothing left and I only came back to this space because I don't know what else to do besides beg. I resisted saying anything else because I know how this goes. I know how Twitter works. I didn't want to fan the flames. I wanted to leave this space, work on my books, and move the hell on. There's nothing I can say to change anything, but please, I'm gone. Let me be gone. But the thing is, they were not gone because after deleting those 3 accounts and dropping off of social media, later down the road, here comes Jupiter Wise, who is this newcomer writer who also got a literary agent for a new book. But every now and then, people on book Twitter do have brain cells after all, because they were able to put the pieces together and figure out that Jupiter was the same person as Taylor. The way that they did this was by pulling up photos and analyzing how the backgrounds were similar to Taylor, as well as pulling up astrological charts. And you know when astrology is getting brought up in this, shit is about to get serious. This is how far deep we are in. So here's some of the evidence in question. An anonymous account had posted under the pen name Brooklyn Ray, Taylor shared photos of their Christmas tree on Instagram. The same ornaments appear on a tree posted from Jupiter Wise's Instagram account.
Bro, the internet detecting is next level, truly. You can't get away with shit. Somebody will figure your ass out. I've seen Mahout's work. Wait, who's that again? This is how Kevin O'Leary looks you up after he sees your resume. Yeah, this is what Kevin O'Leary's doing. Hassan's Mahout. Wait, Hassan's Mod. Oh, is Hassan's Mod working on this level? Reminds me of the documentary Don't Fuck with Cats on the internet. Yes. Now, sometimes people on the internet will armchair detective in a way that's harmful with like true crime cases, but in other ways, M-Hood. Okay, M-Hood, not Mahood. But in other ways, they will expose grifters like Freitas Moon.
A very similar black cat appears on gray carpeting on both Brooklyn Ray and Jupiter Wise's Instagram accounts. Talk about the cat out of the bag, literally. Taylor Barden and Jupiter Wise share the same zodiac chart. The first image is a screen grab of Taylor's co-star account using their former handle, Tay Salian. This is why you cannot lie to queer people, because they will pull up your star sign and clock you right away. Maybe you can argue that everybody deserves a second chance, but you can't really argue that everybody deserves a second chance under a completely different racial identity, because Jupiter Wise was an author who claimed to be Latin.
I can't stop laughing at how this white author was busted because of zodiac signs, because of astrology.
They've written several tweets about this, such as a diaspora, monolingual Latinx person, this is really important to remember.
Teresa,
I use Spanish in my
thank
books
you
a lot,
so
but
much
I use
for
it
the
in
10.
ways I'm used to. Little phrases, familial words.
Okay. I gotta look at this. Teresa, thank you so much for the 10. Sejong Simp, thank you for the 4 months. They were caught in AI 4K 1080p. Actually, though, you want an example of someone caught in AI 4K 1080p? Every iteration of what then becomes Freitas Moon. As a diaspora, monolingual Latinx person, so this is Jupiter Wise. Okay, so this is the identity Jupiter Wise. This is really important to remember. I use Spanish in my books a lot, but I use it in ways I'm used to. Little phrases, familiar words, stolen piece of a culture and language I'm still learning and finding.
Stolen pieces of a culture and language I'm still learning and finding. We're out here fighting an industry where our existence debated at every single turn and getting mad about us injecting our language and identity into our own creative endeavors? Yeah.
Wait, I hate books written by Latinx Hispanic. Is that a common example of bigotry here? Like, I've never heard a racist person say, I hate books written by Latinx Hispanic authors. Who the fuck says that? Find me a racist who has said this. This, not only is Jupiter Wise, aka Freitas Moon, aka Brooklyn Ray or whatever, making up different identities. They're also making up racism. They're also making up like obstacles to success for people who are Latin authors. We're out here fighting an industry where our existence is debated at every single turn, and getting mad about us injecting our language and identity into our own creative endeavors. Yeah, bet the view is nice from your high horse. I'm crying. They lied because they thought it sounded cool or something. They're like, you know what? I'm gonna fabricate this prevalent issue of racism and respond to said fabricated prevalent issue of racism.
Bet the view is nice from your high horse. You ever meet an ally who is so passionate about their allyship that they become the race that they defend themselves? Because clearly they were really just going through all of the same talking points that people of color have, but co-opting it for their own purpose, whether it was for social media clout or whatever. But they also used this as an opportunity to participate in a Twitter pitch event that was exclusively for Latinx authors who were seeking agents. If you aren't part of writing Twitter, basically pitch events are for authors to pitch their manuscripts in the hopes that agents will be able to see it by going through the hashtag and seeing the different pitches and blurbs about the manuscripts. This is essentially a way for authors to be discovered on social media. So Jupiter was one of those people that says, also want to note that I participated in hashtag Latinx pitch the day before Tara offered me rep. I got on the phone with some amazing agents and the reception to my weird gothic dark academia blew my mind. I'm so thankful for all the resources I've stumbled into via book Twitter. In their Twitter bio, they also identified as QTPOC, which typically means queer trans person of color. And that was definitely not the labels that they called themselves when they were Taylor. They also devoted an entire thread to talking about diversity in paranormal books and how this genre is so often whitewashed. And the whole irony of that is so baffling. I am begging agents and editors to stop saying they want diversity in one breath and then bad-mouthing vampires / werewolves / paranormal in the next. Especially if you're gonna say, unless it's from another place, diaspora authors exist. Let us write campy paranormal, please. Black vampires in Los Angeles don't have to be tied to African mythos. Just let them be cool city vamps. Latinx werewolves don't have to be tied to South American legend. Just let us write normal ass werewolves. Your white clients got the chance. Now make room for us. If I had $1 for every time an agent or editor said, I don't want vampires or werewolves or
in case you missed the beginning of this saga, this is a white person, by the way. This is a white author who has been faking these various identities. And that is what makes this so fucking insane. Your white clients got the chance. Now make room for us.
fairies unless they're ethnic, I wouldn't need a day job. Anyway, be mindful. Paranormal is not overdone. It's just been whitewashed to death. And that's not our ding-dang fault. So beyond co-opting social justice language to roleplay as a person of color, they also really narrowed down on this new identity by using dark-skinned emojis, choosing a dark-skinned avatar, and posting content that implied that they were culturally Latinx, like a shot of this abuelita hot chocolate and a photo of their face that is covered by a sugar skull bandana. They wrote this one tweet where they said, writing a script where a vendor hollers chili chili mango, and boy do I miss the squat happy man with the greatest mustache of all time who sold fruit outside Santee Alley. Always gave me extra salsa, always had the freshest fruit on the block. They also were a co-writer for a book about immigration and Latinx culture with another writer who is of genuine Latinx identity. And this person tweeted, some of you might recollect that I have been working for the past months on the development of a graphic novel with Jupiter Wise, who has been outed as a white person pretending to be Latinx.
Oh my God.
With me, an actual Latinx person. So not only have they faced several accusations of being racist, they went on to pretend that they were a Latinx person.
Also, I'm sorry, but I have to go back to this for a second. Writing script where a vendor hollers chili chili mango, and boy... I love how this is painted as like some lovely memory, some nostalgia here, and it's just a white person being racist. Where vendor hollers chili chili mango. Oh boy, does this remind me of home.
I have been been working for the past months on the development of a graphic novel
Oh
with
my
Jupiter Wise,
God.
who has been outed as a white person pretending to be Latinx, with me, an actual Latinx person. So not only have they faced several accusations of being racist, they went on to pretend that they were a Latinx person, therefore taking opportunities away from actual Latinx people, from these pitch events, from being nominated for awards for books by Latinx authors, even as going so far as to lie to their agent, who tweets, "I recently found out my client Jupiter Wise lied to me about their identity. Long story short, when I offered rep and they didn't want to speak by video because of dysmorphia, I wanted to respect that. I'm a huge advocate for mental health and personal security. I would never..."
See, this is called weaponizing mental health. This is called preying on the goodness of people who are trying to be respectful. And in this modern age of ours, where we've had a lot of we've had a lot of progress in talking about mental health and in destigmatizing things, and this is a perfect example of how you weaponize it.
Violate my clients by forcing them to do something they weren't comfortable with. Unfortunately, that also gave Jupiter/Taylor the perfect opportunity to lie to me, not only about who they are, but about their publishing history. Never once did the names Taylor Barden or Brooklyn Ray come up when I signed them. I'm heartbroken and shocked by this. Thank you to all the people who reached out to me and brought this to my attention. I have terminated my partnership with them. So that's basically what happened a couple years ago. Now let's go back to present day in 2024, the year of more bullshit. We go back to Elle Porter, the writer who was also a friend of Freydis Moon, who put together a Google Doc with evidence that links Freydis Moon to Taylor Barden and Jupiter Wise. And you know shit is serious when there is a Google Doc. Again, all of this is linked in my description below, but I will go ahead and summarize it for you. So the first time that Elle Porter had ever heard of the names Taylor Barden and Jupiter Wise was back in 2021, when there was an account on Twitter that accused Freydis of being Taylor/Jupiter. This account says, "We believe Taylor Barden's masquerading in brownface again as Hunter Taylor/Stacey Anthony on Instagram and Freydis Moon on Twitter." In their thread, they included evidence like a photo that was posted on Stacey's Instagram, which was also located in the same geographic area as Taylor Barden. And like with Jupiter Wise, these accounts appeared seemingly overnight and only in the wake of Taylor Barden being chased off of Twitter under their own name. But the content and the style of the Stacey Anthony Instagram account matches previous accounts run by Taylor Barden. Some other photo evidence includes Stacey Anthony showing a picture that has a circular wooden table and light carpet underneath. This matches the same wooden table and light carpet that Brooklyn Ray has posted before. There's also a black hat on a gray carpet appearing both on Jupiter and Taylor's and Brookline's old Instagram accounts with Stacey's Instagram account. Freydis Moon also claims to be a Pisces, but they celebrated their 30th birthday in August, whereas Taylor Barden was born in August of 1991. But a lot of these things could just be coincidence, and that's why a lot of people had come to the defense of Freydis, including Elle Porter at the time. And it makes sense because Freydis had built these years of friendships with other writers and readers in the community. They established themselves to be a trustworthy person. And so when this accusation came out, they tweeted, "This is not me. My legal name is Daniela." That can be confirmed by at least one critique partner/beta reader. I don't know what to say. I'm heartbroken to have been targeted like this, but I don't know Taylor Barden or Stacey Anthony. Freydis would continue to insist that they had nothing to do with these aliases, as shown in these screenshots from private Discord conversations where they said, "Some of the people in my network..."
Who the fuck is this person? The Zodiac Killer? Could be.
"Like you, I've been talking to for years. How could I possibly construct such a devious plot to create some weird empire or cult while catfishing as a whole white person? I wish I knew a single person who has read Taylor Barden Mars Lies or whatever so they could tell me our writing is different at this point, because I don't understand why this is still ongoing in the YA community. I don't even write YA. I have no YA critique partners." And so it seemed like these accusations were swept under the rug because they're...
It's the same thing with Kate Crane, of course. And then it all comes out.
There wasn't that much evidence, and like Freydis said, who could possibly put in that much effort? That would be cuckoo bananas.
Right.
But then this year, in March of 2024, Freydis posts in a private author server with about 30...
I also love when you find out that it is that person, like that person is guilty of what they've been accused of. And it's always an admission. It's always like a recognition that what they're doing is bad or is crazy. So Freydis Moon being like, who would even put in that much effort to maintain these various fake identities? That is the person themselves admitting that it's an insane amount of effort to do something like this.
other people mentioning that they were starting a new book. They proceed to post 2 snippets from the book that they're working on. Elle Porter, upon reading this, was immediately struck by the familiarity that they encountered because in 2022, Elle Porter had actually been sent an incomplete draft of a story that was written by Jupiter Wise called Never Say Die. This was sent to them by someone who used to be close to Jupiter. So they went back and looked at the manuscript from Jupiter, and then they compared it to this new manuscript from Freda's Moon, and they started to see the similarities. So here's a side-by-side comparison where on the left side, you can see Freda's Moon's manuscript, which they claim to be something new that they're working on, versus on the right side, Jupiter Moon's manuscript. The first few sentences are different, but if you look in the last few sentences of the first paragraph, you can see the similar lines here. Fitness junkies sneered at the bumpy trail and complained to their friends over post-workout juice brunches about forestry maintenance and where do my taxes even go, and it's not that good of a burn anyway. No one worth a damn swatted their way through the trail's spindly branches unless they were looking for a place to get off, get well, or get worse. But he certainly hadn't lugged a backpack full of store-bought pig's blood and freshly plucked doe feathers to the cliff for nothing. It's not even a matter of similar styles of writing. It is word for word the same specific phrases
Holy
that are being
shit.
used. The person who sent the original manuscript from Jupiter also sent another manuscript from Jupiter called Astaroth, and this can be proven when you look at Jupiter's old Twitter bio where they said that their current work in progress was a book called Astaroth. So now that Elle Porter has this other manuscript called Astaroth, they went ahead and checked every document that Freda's had ever sent them, including an unpublished story that was sent back in 2023. And so now here's another side-by-side when you look at the opening chapters of Astaroth with Freda's work in progress. So if you look at both versions of chapter 1, they start off exactly the same way. Briar was bought on a Wednesday. Heat poured through vents in the ceiling, tempering the indoor climate despite the midwinter freeze outside. Unfortunately, the artificial air did nothing to dry his sweat-slicked palms. This moment was a reckoning. And then I could go on, but literally the first chapter is exactly the same. Like
Every
what
time
I
I see writing by these kind of writers, I feel like fucking Shakespeare about my writings. Yeah, I mean, I think in the Kate Crane example, her best writing was in the Discord messages that she had faked. There's a lot of authors out there, but just because you're an author who has written a book or even has published a book does not mean that your writing is good. See Colleen Hoover, for example.
Out loud just now could be replicated for both versions of this manuscript. The same thing could be said for chapter 2 of both versions. They both start off exactly the same way, the same character names, with the same specific wording. Like, it's not even paraphrasing at this point. It is word for word the exact same thing. These patterns continue forward for chapters 3, chapters 4, and who knows how many other chapters there are out there, but like, you pretty much get the point. And then in the slim chance that this could possibly be plagiarism, Elle Porter went further ahead by looking at the metadata associated with both Jupiter's and Freda's document files. So for those of you who don't know, basically any file that you have on your computer has metadata, including your Microsoft Word file. You can look at this by just right-clicking on the file and looking at the document properties, and then you'll see things like when the document was last saved, who the previous owner was, and this is where Elle found out
They got
that
the metadata.
in both versions
They got
of these
it.
manuscripts, the author's name said Taylor Brooke. So they decided to confront Freda's privately about the similarities that they found. They shared their conversations in their Twitter thread here, where they basically pasted screenshots of the word-for-word manuscripts shared between both versions. Freda's wrote, "That's ... eerie. Who did you get this from? I deleted my short off Tumblr years ago. It was a fanfic, but that's lifted. What the fuck?" Elle Porter, who also goes by the name M, says, "I can't say who forwarded it to me, but the author who originally sent it was Jupiter Wise." To which Freda's Moon replies, "Who is that? Wait, is that the fucking... Okay, wait, is that the Taylor Barton pen name person? Is that why people
We're
thought I was
all looking
them?
for the person
I don't
who
need
did
to have an
this.
ego about this, but did that person legit scrub my fanfic? I'm so confused and I don't know what to do. Should I like make a statement or something? I feel like I've already done that. I mean, at this point, I'll just chunk both those stories, I guess, and keep working on my other stuff. They were old anyway, but it feels extra weird to just have this come back over and over again. It just feels violating at this point.
This would be, yeah, this is Scooby-Doo. This would be like in Scooby-Doo. They unmask the bad guy, the villain. The villain looks around and is like, "Oh my God, can you believe that guy? Can you believe that guy did it? Oh, should I make a statement or something?" They're like, "It's you. It's you. There's no one else. No one, it's all you."
Like, kind of pissed, honestly. I don't know this person, and now I want to find them and sue them. I don't think I could. But now I know why they were sued before, for plagiarism. Something that is odd about their reaction is that they just immediately
Literally
decided that
the
they
hot
would
dog
abandon their
sketch.
stories. They didn't ask to receive Jupiter's manuscript so that they could personally verify it themselves, or just even out of curiosity, because theoretically, if you found
Would you
out that
steal the
another
homies'
person
vape
had
and help them
plagiarized
look
your
for
work,
it?
wouldn't you want to see everything that they tried to do? Instead, they were just like, oh man, this sucks. Anyway, I guess I'll just move on. The only thing that they asked
That's
about
diabolical.
was who sent L. Porter the manuscript in the first place. In order to prove their innocence, they also sent a screenshot to M that shows their recent contract with Bethany, who is their agent, to prove that Bethany had
Okay, real quick. For those who might be lost because you weren't here for the beginning, we are covering book talk drama of an author who's been exposed as a white person who has made up multiple identities where they have pretended to be trans, Latinx. I forget what Freitas Moon claims to be, but they have assumed these identities that are not theirs and have used those identities in their writing and in their career. And every time they've been found out, they move on to a new identity. And the latest one is Freitas Moon, where a bunch of authors started to put together the pieces again using evidence like astrology and discovered that Freitas Moon are these previous authors who were that's all the same person. And they are now confronting Freitas Moon in Discord messages. And Freitas Moon is like, wow, one of the evidentiary pieces they used was showing how the manuscript was the exact same that this Taylor Barton had written and that Freitas Moon had written word for word. And now Freitas Moon is like, should I pursue legal action? I've been plagiarized. Should I make a statement? I wonder what's going on. I did put this on Tumblr years ago. I wonder if someone lifted it.
Know their legal name in order to advocate and sign for them. However, this claim is a little bit muddy because agents and publishers don't necessarily require you to show your legal identification. So with everything that's been uncovered, especially the metadata, L. Porter was convinced that Freitas was truly Taylor Barton and Jupiter Wise, especially since they also knew that Freitas has a habit of creating alternate accounts under alternate names. Case in point, one of their alter egos was someone named Saint Harlow. This is proven from a private conversation where they shared a tweet by Saint Harlow, and Freitas Moon replied, "Keep my secret, tell no one, but that is me." The reason why Freitas being behind the account for Saint Harlow is particularly damning or ironic is because Saint Harlow was this Twitter account that basically called out an agent for bullying people within the community. This agent's name was Cardigan, and Cardigan was someone that talked a lot of shit about other authors. One of the most egregious examples of the ways that Cardigan was talking shit about other authors was this one conversation that they went on about an author that hadn't been published yet, but they were working on a manuscript that was about whales, and Cardigan, along with other people that were in the Discord, were making fun of that author for being passionate about whales and then making fun of their bisexuality. It is extremely common for authors to talk shit about other authors, but what made the situation with Cardigan a bigger conflict was the fact that Cardigan had recently been promoted to be an agent. So people were concerned that Cardigan would abuse their powers as an agent. So that's basically the summary of what went down with Cardigan. And one of the people that had called out Cardigan was Saint Harlow. I think calling out bad behavior is perfectly fine, but the fact that the person that led this whole campaign turned out to be Freitas Moon with their history just adds like a whole layer to it, especially when the Saint Harlow persona was super aggressive to a bunch of other people in the book community. But it serves more as a contrast to Freitas Moon, who had a persona that encouraged you to be supportive and kind to other people. So it seems like the Saint Harlow persona was a way for them to get away with being aggressive and mean to other people. Another thing that Freitas did while juggling the Saint Harlow persona was they would be friends with a person, but with the other persona be enemies to them. And I think that was like a way to keep tabs on this person. So one of the examples was posted by MJ Hunsgood, who was another writer in the community, and tried to share how they were manipulated. And that was when Harlow attacked them and was like, no, you were complacent. And it just added more fuel to the fire. Anyway, so MJ Hunsgood shares some screens.
I feel like this could have been a 20-minute video. How? she's going through the timeline of things. We haven't even gotten through all of it.
Shots in these.
It's not like she's repeating things.
Tells MJ, I saw you and Saint kind of got into it. Hopefully that was resolved. And I've also seen a bunch of people deactivate. Hopefully everyone is okay. I did find your interaction with Saint to be a bit odd, but I think everyone is just really sensitive right now. I was glad to see you apologize. You had no problem going after Saint. I think this is a moment to think of the why and how. There's a conversation where MJ says, hey, Saint blocked me. Is everything okay? Or are they just protecting their peace? Freitas replied, I have no idea. I know they went private after people started tone policing their tweets. Saint very validly pointed out you'd mentioned protecting your reputation while others spoke up and took the fall. I feel like things like that are making this whole thing very ... hard to navigate for people who were brutally and publicly ridiculed by Cardi's clique. So basically when the whole situation with Cardigan happened, Harlow would be super aggressive against MJ and basically blame them for a bunch of stuff. And then MJ would go towards Freitas Moon and be very vulnerable to this person, not knowing that Freitas was actually Harlow. This is some devious shit right here. This person truly took a look at Kate Corain's situation with making up that fake alter persona named Lily, and they were like, I can do you one better. And then to add to the messiness,
that's a hold my beer situation.
Cardigan resurrects themselves from the dead. They reactivate their Twitter and they say, no one will
Holy
see
shit.
this since I'm a new account with no followers, thanks partially to Freitas, but I never made a statement about what happened to me. Freitas openly admitted to stalking me from afar. They spread heinous shit about me and allowed others to do so as well. Cardigan then goes on to tweet a very long thread about how they were canceled and pushed away from Twitter because of Freitas and their manipulation, their games, and how Cardigan was forced to apologize for their screenshots even though the screenshots were altered. So basically they're blaming the reason why they were ran off of Twitter and canceled and dogpiled on Freitas / Saint Harlow, to which other people replied to Cardigan's thread and were like, no, you're still kind of a shitty person. Like, you legit were a bully to other people. Plus, Cardigan claimed that the screenshots were altered. However, they don't share their own screenshots, which is something that they could have done to easily disprove it. So their attempt with trying to go back to Twitter and write off the coattails of Freitas being canceled and run off of Twitter was not successful, because everyone was like, you know that we can find more than one person shitty, right? So they went ahead and deactivated again. And same thing for Freitas Moon, who also is no longer on Twitter. And I just feel like all of these people who keep on creating new accounts because they can't resist the lure of Twitter need to be put on an island somewhere and just have all their alter egos fight each other. We need Kate Corain and all their other fake accounts. We need Cardigan and all their other fake names that they've had. And we need Freitas Moon to just all duke it out together and leave the rest of book Twitter alone. You would think by now I'm done sharing Twitter threads, right? I am actually not, because there's a separate Twitter thread about Freitas Moon. This one was made by a writer named Anna
like
Sappo,
entering the
who
bullshit
provides
verse.
further proof of all the different aliases that Taylor has going on. So they said, once in a while, I Googled Tay Stallion, which was one of Taylor Brooks / Taylor B. Barton / Brooklyn Ray's Twitter handle. I got a hit recently. So they share a screenshot from Social Hiker where you can see, despite having the same username as Taylor, this person is named Hunter Llewellyn. And the picture of this Hunter person matches the same picture as Taylor Brooke in this old article back when they published The Ninth Life. Anna then goes on to say that if you search for Hunter Llewellyn author, you get hits for authors published by Llewellyn Books. Llewellyn Books seems to be a publisher name as well, this time with 2 L's at the beginning. Anna also discovered that if you look up 2 books by Freitas Moon that are older and out of print on Walmart, you can see in the information about the older edition, the publisher is named Hunter Llewellyn. Anna then searched up Hunter Llewellyn in Oregon because that was the state where Taylor had lived at some point, and they found an address under the company name Cordelia Lynn. The address for this company name leads to a strip mall instead of an actual address, and the company contact is Hunter Llewellyn. So that means that there's a business name out there called Cordelia Lynn, which is managed by Hunter Llewellyn, who happens to be headquartered in the same state where Taylor once lived. If you search up the name...
Why does it feel like she's just picking all these names? Because these were all names that, like, she wished she had been named. She's like, oh, I really love the name Cordelia Lynn. I'm going to make an identity of Cordelia Lynn. I really love Brooklyn Ray. Like, it's cute. It's sumptuous.
Cordelia Lynn, you can also see that there
I am
is
Brooklyn
the Lynn
Ray.
Agency, which is a boutique literary agency based on the West Coast. And this is an agency that lasted for a few months before Lynn vanished completely. A possible reason for this could be due to this Twitter thread where someone had asked why Cordelia Lynn disappeared, and another person replied that they got an email from Writers Beware and seemingly immediately deleted after. They found out that her name was a registered business name as opposed to a real name, but was listed under another name that seemingly doesn't exist. Lynn claimed it was their husband, but both Cordelia Lynn and said register's name either are made up or they went hard purging all personal info from the internet. Writers Beware is basically an organization that acts as a resource to make sure that there aren't bad practices within the publishing industry. So it seems that this organization had reached out to this mysterious agency by Cordelia Lynn, and that spooked off whoever was behind the agency. Something to also note is that in July 2023, Freitas announced their Twitter was being taken over by a publicist. That publicist was named Cordy, which could be short for Cordelia. Announcement: I'm excited and nervous to officially hand over the reins to my Twitter and TikTok, but it's time. This account will be managed by my publicist very soon. I'll still be around, but all posts and engagement will be relayed by my team. P.S. Be nice to Cordy. She's an
We're
A+
so
industry
deep
pro who
in
will be
this.
acting on my behalf. This publicist disappeared at the same time that Cordelia Lynn also disappeared, and so when someone asked Freitas, was this just completely out of the blue, Freitas replied, entirely. I guess she's had a family emergency and I'm sending her good vibes. I can't help but be a little worried for her other clients too though. So Anna deduces that Cordelia Lynn, the business name / agency, and Cordy, the publicist for Freitas, were likely the same person. And again, they were a business filed by Hunter Llewellyn that lives in the same town as Taylor, and that Hunter Llewellyn was listed as a publisher for 2 of Freitas Moon's books. Anna also notes that there is an author out there named Bailey Green,
It's
who
a
was
web
a
of
new
white
author
women.
with a book about a demon who buys
It's a web of like astrological white woman type names.
Angel at an auction, which is a similar story that one of the aliases for Freitas had talked about before. And this book was previously published by Brooklyn Ray. And so the book title by Bailey Green is called Of Fire and Feathers. But then when you look at the metadata for that book title on Amazon, you can see both the names Bailey and Brooklyn showing up. So basically this person just has multiple aliases and multiple stories, and they kind of just juggle between all these different things. And I guess on the side at some point they were also an agent. The sad thing is it looks like that this fake agent had tricked at least one writer out there before, because POV, you wake up and find out that the fake agent you signed with last July, who then dropped you and left the industry and disappeared from the internet, ended up having multiple pseudonyms and also was pretending to be a Latina author when she was definitely not that. So basically there's just a giant web of all these fake personas, and every time this person gets caught, they just start over with a new persona, and it's probably gonna happen even after this video gets posted, and maybe they'll do it for the rest of their lives because this seems to be like a full-time job for them. One thing you might wonder is why did they choose to be a Latinx author specifically? And aside from the obvious reasons of every time a white person disguises themselves as a person of color so that they can get what they perceive to be a privilege or an advantage for the diversity points, another reason could possibly be due to their weird beef that they have with Aiden Thomas, who is a Latino American author, because in one of the private Discord conversations that Freitas had, someone had mentioned that they were reading Cemetery Boys by Aiden Thomas. They weren't really vibing with it. They thought the Spanish was fine and that it was kind of annoying when it feels like the Spanish is repeated in English in the next sentence. To which Freitas replies, oh yeah, the Spanish is fine. It's the author pretending to be poor that rubs me the wrong way, and a lot of other stuff. He's a millionaire, doesn't need the support, but sure pretends to. Anyway, I'm happy for him, TBH, and I'm glad people like his book, but every time Exodus gets comped to it, I want to eat through my floor and become a mole person. In another
You wouldn't know anything about
also goes on to
pretending.
say, I can't help but wonder if this Latine pitch party is exclusively young adult, because there's one really very, very monstrously rich and successful Latine author who is a YA prince. Rolling eyes emoji. There definitely seems to be some kind of resentment that this person has against Aiden Thomas. It seems even stranger that this person is brown facing to have a similar audience as Aiden Thomas does. Aiden also tweeted, fun fact, Stacey Anthony had their editor reach out to me for a blurb for their cosplay book that did indeed get published. I looked at it and immediately clocked them as Taylor and sent an email back with a
What if for movie night we watched the Lindsay Ellis video on the Megaverse book lawsuit? Very much same energy. I have not heard about that, but I need to look into that.
No. What gags me about this is you clearly don't like this person, so why are you trying to get a blurb from this person? Like, if you're gonna be a hater, own up to it. Anyway, now that all of this has been known in the writing community, there are a couple of consequences that have resulted, including the editor of the Devout Anthology, which Freitas used to be a part of, had to make an official statement that they will be working with their cover artists and formatters to remove Freitas Moon's contributions from the anthology. The agency that they signed with also made an announcement that they have dropped them. All right, editing Cindy here, popping in
I'm
to
like,
add
what's
some
the
more
next
stuff that
identity?
came
'Cause
out
you know
after
they're not
I
done.
filmed this video. There have been some more announcements from organizations that were affiliated with Freitas Moon, like the Queer Indie Awards, who released a statement saying that they were going to rescind any of the awards granted to Freitas Moon in the past and disqualify any current or future pen names of that person in subsequent award years. Fake Crate, which is a promotional box company that was going to collaborate with Freitas Moon, also released a statement saying that they are officially cutting ties with this author. Anyone who ordered the box can get a refund, and even if they don't request a refund, Freitas is still not going to collect any of the profits from past sales. It's also been revealed that one of their aliases, Stacey Anthony, actually was agented, but that agent posted a tweet saying they actually parted ways a couple weeks ago and they are no longer represented by that agency. So this is the fourth time that they have been dropped with a fourth alias. It's kind of incredible that they managed to get 4 agents. You would think that with the skill that they had to get
Are all these tweets the same person? Okay, no. So what it is there's like 10 to 12 different authors or, you know, or authors, publicists, agents, but they're all the same person. So this Freitas Moon, who's the current iteration, is connected to all these other identities that they fabricated throughout the course of the last, I think this all started off in 2020, so 4 years.
Presented so many times that they would just focus on writing, but I guess the thrill of committing fraud was so much more enticing. Part of that fraud included altering contracts. So when they were sharing screenshots of their contracts to other people to prove that their identity was Daniela, it turns out that it was actually photoshopped. So they never actually revealed their legal names to anyone except for what I'm assuming to be the agents that they signed with. I know a lot of the comments are going to be asking how did this even happen. So I'm also going to link to a Twitter thread by Tess Sharp who explains that the idea that you have to give your ID for any job is not actually true. An agent/author relationship is not a job in the sense that you are thinking. It's a partnership and contractual agreement. We are taxed as freelancers, so we normally give social security numbers or EINs. You also technically don't need to show your face either. The publishing industry didn't really use Zoom until the pandemic. Tess Sharp had worked with her editor for 13 years, and they never saw each other on video until the 13th year. There is a great deal of professional trust that happens between an agent and author when they sign, but the verification process of tax ID, EIN, social security number, address, etc. should be enough for most normal situations, not the weird fraud ones. No one owes you transparency when it comes to a pen name. Sometimes someone cannot give you transparency about pen names. As a work-from-home writer, I have multiple books under pen names I do not own. I have signed NDAs that restrict me from sharing those names. Another reason you might not be able to claim your pen name is because contractually you can't because of no complete clauses. Again, I'll link to the full thread if you're interested in reading more about how pen names work, but they are absolutely an important part about the publishing industry, and they are there for a reason to protect marginalized people. So it's a shame that a bad actor took advantage of that. As for Freitas' response after they got exposed, they haven't been on Twitter. They actually deactivated their account around the same time that their friend M had originally asked them about the similar manuscripts to Jupiter. So it seems like they were already kind of trying to gear up to
Literary
take a step away
Frank
from Twitter for the sake
Abagnale.
of inner peace. And that's definitely what they seem to be talking about over on their Instagram, which is now private. However, before they privated their Instagram, some people were able to grab screenshots of what they said about the situation. When someone asked if Freitas was going to make a statement about the accusations, they said, "I will not be making a statement. I've seen the allegations. I'm not on Twitter for a reason, and I'll be moving on with my life. Those who believe the allegations can continue their support. Those who don't are always welcome here." Praying emoji in the brown skin tone.
The allegations of brown facing.
Next day, after that whole Twitter thread that exposed them happened, they carried on posting privately to their Instagram with a picture of their cat, and the caption says, "Missing my babies. About to hop on an airplane and head home after spending the last few days surrounded by family. Honestly, I can't wait to snuggle my cats, drink some tea, find a good yoga studio, and
Good night,
decompress.
Blight.
I've been thinking about a lot lately. How endurance is a hard-won quality. How ambition is subjective. How things that seem so monumental are actually quite small in the grand scheme. Myself, my work, the little people in my phone screen the tiny career I cultivated in the tinier pool I'm floating in. Prioritizing peace is essential in an industry like this. So is implementing strict boundaries. If there's one thing that will not rattle me, it is the faith that I
mental
have in
health
myself.
bullshit.
I might be resting now, but I'll be back to work soon. Gideon spinoff and Dark Academia will likely be here in 2025. Sparkle emoji, hand heart emoji with the brown skin tone. What really gags me is that they just showed their hand in the background right there while using a brown skin tone emoji. Like, is that emoji supposed to represent your hands? Because it's actually a closer match to your cat. So I'm guessing with their new resolution of live, love, laugh and drawing boundaries and focusing on their mental health and well-being, that maybe after being caught twice, they're trying to...
That's the thing. If you get caught for being a fraud, you just use that mental health language. I'm taking time away from the negativity to reset, to, you know, to just surround myself by light and love. That's all you got to do.
Hope that maybe people will give them the benefit of the doubt this time. My question is, who the hell has the time for this shit? This is like over 10 accounts, and that's only the accounts that we know of. So for all we know, there's probably tons of others out there. Not only is this person making multiple accounts to talk to the same people, but having different dynamics with that person depending on whether they're an enemy or a friend, but they're also writing multiple books at the same time. I guess you gotta commend the ability to multitask, because I'm over here struggling to write my novel while balancing 2 jobs. Meanwhile, they're juggling multiple identities. So maybe I really need to get my shit together.
In all honesty, it is impressive that they are able to have a web of, Madam Web of lies and all these various identities when I can't even remember what I, had for dinner yesterday. I just always feel like this situation, the Kate Crane situation, situations where people spend so much time and energy fabricating shit, why don't you put that into your work? Like, for Kate Crane, who was so worried about the competition and her fellow authors, why don't you just put all that time and energy into being a better writer? Like, huh? I think about if I spent all this time just trying to sabotage other streamers rather than working on my own content, rather than working on just being a better streamer.
When it comes to time management, obviously this person's behavior
I think
is
they like the
egregious on so many
thrill.
levels,
I don't understand it, to be honest. It's
whittle
hard to
down the
understand.
trust that a writer could have in a community for other people.
Frogan, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. Great job at UCLA's campus the other night. As I have told my community repeatedly, it is so vital that we are documenting all of this because of the lies that are being spread by the powers that be. And it's hard to lie when we have documented evidence that is the opposite of those lies. So all of us who, everyone who, oh, I thought that was Farley, but no, he's in bed. Everyone who is participating in either these protests or, supporting from afar, we all got to keep the focus, and the focus is on what's happening in Gaza. Anywho, Hearts, thank you for the raid. What's up, guys? We are we are almost done. Almost through watching this wild video with Cindy, who did a deep dive on insane book talk drama. If you're not aware, book talk is one of the most dramatic corners of Twitter, and there's always shit happening. I previously covered the Kate Crane book talk scandal. This one is a deep dive into Freydis Moon, who is a white author who for the past 4 years has fabricated up to at least 10 known identities and has pretended to be trans, Latinx, BIPOC, and uses that, like they write as if that is their experience. It's not just pretending to be Latinx, self-described, but it's writing as a Latinx person and, telling stories about like Abuela,
who maybe aren't able to show their real name or their real face on the internet. It also puts people who are using pen names under a bad light when they shouldn't be scrutinized. There are tons of reasons why writers
Hannah,
can
thank
use
you for the
pen names,
gifted.
but I think most specifically when it comes to the queer community, which
Sorry. BookTok is TikTok. BookTok. It's all part of the same industry. It's the literary industry, the publishing and literary industry is full of so much drama, and especially the fantasy side. Like a lot of BookTok drama comes from fantasy, from specifically fantasy authors, and BookTok is known to say, yeah. And then there's Book Twitter, but it's all the same thing.
This was a part of. So many queer and trans authors have to use a pen name if they have to be in the closet for their own safety. When you have a bad actor that's employing the same techniques that people usually do to preserve their safety, it really muddles the whole thing. And what's really strange to me is that based on the excerpts that I've read through these screenshots, their writing seemed good. They had a lot of creative ideas. Their writing matched the quality that agents would expect, hence the fact that they got signed on by 3 different agents. So they clearly had the skills to make it in publishing, and they really could have had a fruitful career if they just weren't a shitty person. And I feel like it's not hard to be a shitty person. Literally all you have to do is just not open your mouth. Just shut up and write your damn stories and like resist the urge to be racist or bully people. Like, I don't know why it's so hard that people cannot restrain themselves to do so. I think it's one thing for someone to be exposed to be shitty. That's just life. There's gonna be tons of mean people everywhere. But it's another thing when the person that's being exposed also turns out to be a white person pretending to be a different race. This is more than just one occasion now. And in fact, I'm sure there are multiple occasions of this historically and even today. And these are just the cases that we happen to know about and we haven't caught on yet. The reason why it is such a deeper insult for an asshole to pretend to be a person of color is because you know that they had to do that because they believed that if they were a person of color, they would receive some kind of advantage in whatever system they're trying to play. When you are a person of color, both in real life and on the internet, you're gonna deal with so much bullshit. But in the eyes of a white person like Freida's Moon, they didn't see those legitimate struggles that people of color face. Instead, they saw it as a way for them to climb a social ladder. I think also when you exist as a person of color on the internet, there's this desire for people to want to form communities or support one another when you see that they are in a marginalized group similar to yours. That kind of good faith has been taken advantage of by bad actors like Freida's Moon. And not only does this benefit them, it also puts actual people of color in a shittier position. It's a recurring problem for many authors.
Yeah, so I've said this before, but a girl who went to my my high school and is doing musical theater and is very successful in it. I have seen articles written about her about how she is Puerto Rican and Native American, and these articles being talking about how like, oh, the first Puerto Rican Native American actress on Broadway, blah blah blah. She's not. She's white. She's white and she just tans. So it's one of those things where she gets all the she gets the few I guess advantages there would be of having that as an identity where, ooh, look at you, you've broken down. Now to be fair, I don't know if she herself is pretending to be those things or if someone just reported on it and she never changed, like never corrected them. But I know also that her sister has leaned really heavily into the Native American thing, and the Native American percentage that I remember them being was low single digits. But their whole family used to tan a lot. They were like the one family growing up in Iowa who in the dead of winter would all just be so tan. It's like negative 20 degrees out, and her parents were gym rats and would tan in tanning beds, and then so did the girls. Anyway, but it's frustrating because when you're not a person of color, when you're not queer, you don't actually experience those hardships those obstacles. And so to pretend that you identify, that's your identity, that's part of, your life experiences, then you get to claim those hardships, but you didn't experience those hardships. You can't use them as part of your writing and of your life.
Of color, but especially Latinx or Latina authors, to constantly be set at a disadvantage compared to their white peers who are having a much easier time getting publishing deals. Not only do they have to write a certain narrative in order to be published, but they also have to defend their cultural identity. They have to constantly defend having too much Spanish in their books or too little Spanish in their books. They have to fight to show the portrayals of their characters and do that delicate balance between what is a correct portrayal of a Latinx or a Latina character versus an incorrect portrayal. And those are just the complicated dynamics that you have to face as a writer of color. Like, you're never gonna be just evaluated for the story that you write. You're gonna be evaluated for the story that you write with your race attached to it. So the whole thing with Freitas Moon is so insulting because it's already so hard for people to break into both traditional publishing and indie publishing. Not to mention, because Freitas Moon is an indie author and they were more ingrained in the indie writer space, they also screwed over a lot of their indie writer peers. There are indie authors out there who now have to go back to their manuscript, scrub out the blurb that Freitas Moon gave to them, remove that from their interior pages, remove that from the cover, remove that from any marketing pages they have online. For those indie authors that have already gone far enough along the production process, that's going to be extra money for them to have to go back and fix all of that. Indie authors are already taking money out of their own pocket just to publish their book. So this is just a really shitty situation for everyone all around. I think we really need to acknowledge that white queer people are really good at co-opting social justice language on the internet and using that to their advantage. When I talked about the Kate Corain situation in my video, a lot of people were giving me shit for making this about white women or about white queer people. They were saying, why are you making this about white people? Kate Corain is just one person. Don't have her represent all of them. Lo and behold, this is not the first or the second time that a white queer person in the writing community within the frame of like half a year has been trying to grift everyone and pretend to be different personas and try to use their different levels of oppression, real or imaginary, in order to gain an upper hand. Because the thing about a lot of white queer people is that they are familiar with the language of being an ally because they see the type of posts that you make when you defend yourself as a person of color, and they know how to use that for their own advantage. They know how to take your place as a marginalized person by using their own experiences and their own observations as an ally in order to take your position that they secretly but very desperately want. And a super important skill that they know is how to play the victim, because I guess on the internet that is how you get ahead, by painting others as a bad guy and you're just the victim and therefore you deserve all the accolades for that. The similarities that these people have is that they were so eager to take someone down. They were counting on whatever identity that they fabricated and the good faith of other people that they befriended to help them dogpile on whoever they didn't like as a way to take the other person down on the internet, because I guess this is like their full-time job. And I feel like this should be a lesson to people who constantly get surprised every time someone gets revealed to be a bad actor, that maybe we should be a little bit more careful around other people who seem to constantly get involved in drama. And the thing is, this is not going to be the last time we
Have
see
I
this
seen Worst Person in the World?
We're probably going to see many people
Great
who
film.
are just like Kate Corain or Cardigan or Freitas Moon. The difference is that they're just going to have different aliases and different names. This is inevitable. They are not going to stop because they literally have nothing else going on in their lives. So they're just going to keep on doing this over and over again. And I feel like at this point, after the first, second, third time that's happening, I think a lot of people on the internet, but especially the writing community and book Twitter, need to just be a little bit more wary about this kind of stuff and just be careful with not easily believing whatever a random person on the internet says. But I think we have to acknowledge the reason why Freitas Moon created so many different accounts under different names, and that's because despite it being very understandable why people may have pen names or internet pseudonyms, it's also, on the flip side, incredibly easy to try to maintain control or change the narrative about something when you hide behind an anonymous account. There's there's a lot of power imbalance that happens between a person on the internet who shows their face, shows their actual name, versus someone who exists on the internet but doesn't show their actual name or their face. It makes it very easy for that person to say whatever they want about another person. Like in the case of Freydis Moon, who was randomly bringing up Aiden Thomas and saying that this person was a millionaire and Aiden was just pretending to be poor. It's incredibly easy to weaponize your bad faith takes about a person or attack someone's character without actually risking anything about yourself, as long as you hide behind a fake name and a drawing of you. Because of course you can just claim that you're a person of color and that you know what you're talking about. Of course you can just pretend that your criticism of an author or another person on the internet.
Honestly, the race faking wouldn't work if there weren't so many people looking for tokens and stereotypes and nothing more. Yeah, I think for she's cooking, I know. I think for people like Freydis Moon, aka Brooklyn Ray, aka I don't know, all the other fucking identities, they look at marginalized people like people of color, okay? Because I think this author is queer, so they've got that, all right. They've got the queerness, but they go, I need to build. I need to build this whole castle of ways that I have been oppressed, even though I haven't been, because it actually then will be to my benefit to be a part of, to be a part of as many marginalized communities as I can be, so that I am special. Because it's this white person's brain looking at authors of color and looking at marginalized people online and thinking that they get attention for being marginalized. It's like a backwards way of understanding. No, the reason that marginalized people have been able to garner like big communities online is because they're like leaders, is because they are marginalized and they are using their voices to try and break through the walls of marginalization, and they've gained support that way. And so a white author like Freydis Moon sees that and is like, that's the support I want. That's the following that I want. That's the reverence that I want, of people thinking that like that's me. It's really hard to explain, because it's hard to understand if your brain doesn't think this way. They want deeper intersectionality so that people find them more special. Yeah.
Comes from good faith and that you have no actual personal beef with them. That's how it is for a lot of people who don't have to show their faces on the internet or reveal their actual race. I'm not saying that people need to reveal all their personal information, because that should not be expected of anybody, especially when it comes to their personal safety. But I think that we need to practice online literacy when you see someone who is constantly pretending to be the expert of something or trying to take.
This is the wokest stream ever. This is the wokest stream ever. How is this the wokest stream ever? Please explain.
Another person
Go
down.
on.
And of course, I'm really just saying
I'm
all
kinda
this when
sleepy.
in the future it becomes my
I don't
turn
feel
and
pretty
another person
awake right
called
now.
Moon Chan tries to spread slander about me, but they say it's okay because they're Asian or something. Who the fuck knows? I haven't run into this person, but they keep on regenerating again like a terrible villain in a video game, so I'm sure I'll run into them again, as will you, and who knows, you might even become friends with this person. If there's really any lesson to take away
Because you
from this,
blast
though,
our
it's a
ears
lesson
and
that
wake
all
us
writers
up.
of color should remember.
Yeah,
The idea of
yeah.
imposter syndrome and constantly questioning how valid you are in your cultural identity should be irrelevant. You don't gotta worry if you're Latin enough,
brother.
Asian enough, Black enough, Who cares?
This shit's
if
too
you are not
woke.
going to stand up to claim your cultural identity, I guarantee you another white writer out there will do that for you. So let this be a lesson for writers of color everywhere to uphold yourself with the same confidence as
They
a white
never
writer trying to
respond.
catfish as you. Now, before I end this video, I want to take this time
They
to shout
never
out a couple of
respond.
trans, Latinx, and Latinx authors out there. One of them is going to be, of course, Aiden Thomas, who really has probably dealt with so much crap behind the scenes. They're probably one of the
Sorry,
most
Peggy.
well-known
I just want to
trans
say if you
Latino
want more
American
details for
authors
STL
out
action
there
for me to connect you to
because of their
organize,
book
or you get
series,
hold me on
The
Twitter. I'm going to
Sunbury
go to
Trials.
bed
This
so I
is a
get ready to
duology that
march.
follows three
Yes,
characters
thank
who are
you.
exploring
Good luck
this
tomorrow.
monster-ravished world. It's a young adult story about these characters who have to face down these gods in order to save their friends.
And have a good
so
night.
if you're looking for coming-of-age stories featuring trans characters, they are definitely the author to check out. The most recent
Yo,
trans
this
Latinx
this
author
stream
who I've had
is-
the pleasure of checking out was Gabe Cole because they released their debut
This
this
stream
year.
is so
It's called Most
goddamn
Ardently, and
woke.
it's Pride and
We
Prejudice
gotta go to
retelling,
bed.
Except instead of Elizabeth as a main character,
It's
the
late.
protagonist is actually a trans boy. I started this book already, and I think it is just
Terry,
so
thank you
cute.
for the
I
5
think that it
months.
is such like a refreshing take on Pride and Prejudice, and I feel like it adds a whole new layer to the story, especially when so much of Jane Austen's stories was about subverting patriarchy.
No,
and
it's
societal
no, it's not that it's
expectations.
late.
think
I have to get
making
up.
The main character, a trans
I have to
boy,
leave for the
is
airport
so
at 4 a.m.,
perfect
so
to really reflect
that's
the
daunting.
ways that even today we still continue to try
11
to
o'clock
subvert
is
societal
normally
norms.
early for
Another
me.
trans author to check out is Alex Crespo. They wrote a really cute rom-com called Queer Seniora. Basically, if you are really
Queer
into
Seniora,
telenovela
cute.
drama, then this is the book for you because the main
So no
character
gaming?
here finds himself having to fake date his
No,
crush
I got a
in
lot
order
to
attend
do.
his Queer Seniora, which is like
Gaming
a
didn't
queer
happen
twist
this week.
to
I'm
a
sorry, you
quinceañera.
guys.
And then lastly, there's Camila Sosa, who is a transgender Argentine writer. She has a collection of short
I
stories called I'm
failed
a Fool to
miserably
Want You.
on the
And
gaming
this
front. To be
kinda
fair, I was in
teeters between
Austin.
fantasy and reality. There's a lot
And
of
there was a
interesting
lot
stories.
going
One of
on.
them takes place in the 1990s. There's a woman who has to make a living as a rental girlfriend for gay men. There's another story
Where'd
about
you
a
get
group
the
of rugby players
watermelon
who have to
shirt?
haggle
This was a
over the price
gift.
of a night of sex, and in return they get what they deserve. So that just sounds like a
But
lot of
does anybody
juicy
remember the
revenge
website
that
where to get
I
'em?
definitely want to check out. So I have this book added on my TBR. If there are any other trans, Latinx, or Latinx authors out there, feel free to drop them in the comments. I feel like anytime situations like these happen, it becomes even more important to uplift a community where we actually know that these authors are the real deal and support the works that they put out because
Yes,
Lord knows
true that.
they already go through with so much bullshit. I look forward to checking
Wait,
out your recommendations
give me my-
or
is
hearing
Mizkif
back
here?
if you do decide to check out these books.
I told you can have $66 of it exactly. You're lucky I didn't take more. Okay. You're lucky that I gave you some back because you stole the shoes that I bought. I bought those New Balance shoes and you yoinked them. You stole them from me. Just another example of a white man stealing from a woman of color. Look at that. You're gaslighting me so much. It was literally on stream. Everybody saw. Everyone knows. Classic. Just a white man taking what wasn't his. Casey Tron is Jeff tweeting this. Yeah, you're next. Watch out. Watch out, buddy. All right, guys. This video is just about done. I am, yeah, Mizkif was caught in AI 4K 1080p. And he knows it. Look at this. One more Farley cam. Oh, the baby. She already mentioned him in one of her tweets. Slay. That's so funny. Look at the tiny. He's gonna be so confused when I leave really early in the morning. I know, he's so cute. He's so cute. Yeah, did mom die again? The sweaters were okay, that the chatter wanted to know. Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. This is gonna be so brutal. Oh my god. Because the thing is that having a flight that early, you don't get sleep. Your nails are cute. I broke one of them. And I colored my hair today, and I stained my nails black. Fuck. Shit. I'll wear LAX in the morning. The one nice thing is flying out that early means zero traffic. Wake up. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna be gone tomorrow and Saturday. I come back Sunday. I'd like to try to do dinner and a movie. And then Monday at 5, I'm gonna be having a conversation with Ken Klippenstein, who was previously at The Intercept but has left The Intercept and is going to be fully independent. INDEPENDENT. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, we're going to have a conversation about journalism, the current state of journalism, and why he has decided to go fully independent on his journalism path, which I'm very excited about. So let me send you guys over to, let's see. You know what? I have not rated Cake Wilder in a minute. I'm going to send you guys over there. Mr. Cake Wilder. Anyway, thank you for joining me tonight. I hope you guys have a good weekend. Hope you have fun at the wedding. I'm a little sad now that Will's not coming with me, but that's how it goes. Oh, it's always well, what do you want me to do? Well, do you want me to come with me? Well, I'd like you to be there, but I don't want you to have to come. Nah, it'll be fine. It'll be good. I'll just be rocking it solo. Anyway, I'll see you guys hopefully on Sunday, and yeah, be well until then. Be safe out there. What else? What other advice can I give you? Go watch a good movie this weekend. Tell Will to stay dangerous. Stay dangerous. Okay. Good night.